Among the most recognizable architectural features in all of sports, the twin spires of Churchill Downs. And in just 5 days, the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Field has been drawn in around 6:45 on Saturday. 20 of the nation's top 3-year-olds will leave that starting gate in search of racing's most coveted prize. Zandon is the 3-1 morning line favorite. Bluegrass Stakes winner revving his engines like he knows game day is fast approaching. Trained by a very confident Chad Brown in search of a first Kentucky Derby victory. Zandon's jockey Flavien Prat, sure he's won a Kentucky Derby, but by disqualification. Prat hoping to win his second Derby with a little less complication. There's always so many intriguing storylines and fast shots leading up to the Run for the Roses. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just a 12-hour drive away at Belmont Park. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pincay. Always one of the most exciting weeks to be a thoroughbred horse racing fan. Kentucky Derby week. And now, like, all the pieces are in place. The field has been drawn as the countdown continues to the 148th Kentucky Derby. As for our schedule, nobody said anything about a 6-day work week. We'll be here right through the Kentucky Derby and the Derby Day schedule. Look at that, blockbuster as expected. 8 graded stakes races, 4 of the Grade 1 variety. It's Derby Day. What'd you expect? As I'm joined by my co-host, Anthony Stabile, who revealed his Derby pick on Saturday. That was Zandon, Anthony. How surprised were you when the morning line odds came out yesterday, the field drawn yesterday, and Zandon was established as a 3-1 morning line favorite?
Not necessarily surprised, Lafitte, that he was made the favorite. Just surprised at the 3-1 price. I don't think he'll be 3-1. I think the favorite will be 4-1, whether it's him or Epicenter, who was late at 7-2 on the morning line. I thought they'd both be a little bit of a bigger price. So splitting hairs, deciding who's going to be the favorite. And by the way, I've made that 12-hour drive 4 times.
You're gonna make it another one? You're hanging out with Derby with us?
Essentially, no. I'll be other places. I'll be
very secretive.
The farthest reaches of your mind
secretive.
For Kentucky Derby 148.
And by the way, you have to remember Mike Battaglia, the morning line odds maker. It's not based on who he thinks is going to win. It's based on how he thinks the wagering public is going to wager. There's the field for the Derby. 20 deep, mile and a quarter. Anticipated, morning line favored by many. Epicenter, number 3, 7-2 second choice. Number 10, Zandon, 3-1 morning line Derby favorite. Here he is at Churchill Downs. Zandon, Bluegrass Stakes winner. Training great, looks great, Anthony. Pros and cons. Zandon's greatest asset and his biggest obstacle.
His biggest obstacle, let's start with that, Lafitte, is his running style. If he stays true to form to the Bluegrass win, he is going to have to navigate through all the horses. He came from dead last, but 5/16 of a mile ago in the Bluegrass. It's a little different getting through 10 or 11 rivals on the second Saturday in April at Keeneland than it is on the first Saturday in May at Churchill Downs. The amount of luck he is going to need, and I am endorsing him, and I'm telling you, I know he's going to need a tremendous amount of luck to get a clean trip, as clean a trip as he got at Keeneland in that Bluegrass. The pros is, I think, and I mean, sometimes racing is just this simple. I think he's the most talented horse in this field. I've liked what I've seen from him from day one. You know, he had some trouble over at the Big A in the Remsen. He didn't get off cleanly in the Risen Star. His maiden win was really nice. And that Bluegrass win, you know, it wasn't like it was a completely clean trip. Flavien Prat did a good job knifing him through some traffic. You know, whenever you have 10 or 11 rivals in front of you, things do have to break the right way, and they did for him. He never lost any momentum. He found some trouble twice, maybe 1.5 times, if you will, but he never lost his forward progress. He never lost his momentum, which is so important. Again, the luck of his trip comes into play, I think, a lot more than several others in here, namely his biggest rivals.
Trying to become the first Bluegrass winner to win the Derby since Strike the Gold in '91. And just for argument's sake, let's say Zandon is the post-time favorite. Zandon fans, that would be a good thing. Remember, we went 20 years without a favorite winning, from 1980 to 99. Times has changed. Last 22 Derbies, favorites have won 10 of them. That doesn't include Barbaro, who should have been favored in 2006, Anthony. But how and why did the hardest race to win in America become the easiest to predict.
Sweet Southern Saint, the answer to that trivia question as to who was favored in
How?
Barbara's.
How
is the bigger question is how is Sweet Southern Saint favored? Yeah, I remember back in the days of Dosage when the favorite couldn't win the Kentucky Derby. It was amazing. It was an automatic pitch. I believe, especially in the last 10 years, the point system has weeded out some of the 2-year-olds and some of the sprinters and some of the quote-unquote cheap speed out of the race. I think that's why it's become a bit more of a formful race. For a while, the favorite didn't lose. I believe up until Nyquist, the favorite didn't get beat in the Derby, or even Always Dreaming may have went favorite. So, yeah, I think the biggest factor is the point system for the last 10 years. Overall, I think trainers learned from the mistakes of their predecessors in those 20 years and started doing things a little differently. This game has evolved amazingly in the last 3 or 4 decades, and I think winning this race right there, we've broken almost all of the rules. 5 weeks, 6 weeks. A good old Apollo, we don't have to hear his name anymore.
Geldings, New York breds, Calbreds.
Everything. Right, funny side, knocked 2 of them off the list. Clyde Van Dusen. So, it's changed so much that some normalcy, right, some pari-mutual relevance has fallen upon the Kentucky Derby.
And for trainer Chad Brown, he's only started 7 horses in the Kentucky Derby trying for a first win. Would you say this is the best horse, Zandon, that he has brought to the Kentucky Derby?
I know Chad's been high on this horse from day one.
You're not
so
kidding.
Yes, I would imagine that this is the best. Right, and the running gag is the best bullet you're going to fire is the next bullet you're going to fire, right? This is his best chance because it's his next chance. I do believe this is the best horse. He let a Practical Joke was a really, really nice horse, but he'd have
Good
trouble
magic,
getting that mile and a quarter. Good
Justify.
magic, fantastic.
Yeah.
But this horse is the goods.
And Zandon's jockey Flavian Pratt rode Country House to a second-place finish at 65-1 in 2019, declared winner by disqualification 20 minutes later. The celebration, the shock, naturally, though, he wants to win one of these outright, Anthony.
Yeah. You think about the unusual circumstances of the last 3 Kentucky Derbies, and this kind of opened the floodgates to the craziness that has become the Run for the Roses. Yeah, you always want to win that. I'm sure Brad Cox is thinking the same thing after being put up with Mandaloun last year. You want to get to the wire first. You want to be able to do this without any scrutiny, without any controversy surrounding the win. And he's on the morning line favorite to do so this season.
2 French jockeys the last 3 years have won the Kentucky Derby by disqualification. Flavian Pratt, Florent Geroux, both riding contenders in Saturday's Kentucky Derby. Also, this is a great time, perhaps better than any other, to sign up with us at Naira Bets. Join today. Receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when they use promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus $200 deposit match.
We will have a horse-by-horse analysis up at Naira Bets. We'll have multiple tickets for the multi-day wagers. Plenty of stuff. Head over to Naira Bets. We've got you covered for Kentucky Derby and Oaks 148.
Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. All 9 from Churchill. They are off the turf. A featured event is early. Race 2, Isaac Murphy Marathon. 1.5 miles on dirt. Derby City 6 gets started in the 4th. Plus, the first 5 races from Horseshoe Indy. Field for the first at Churchill Downs. First race, Kentucky Derby week. $30,000 maiden claimer. All winless, all for sale. Fillies and mares, 1.16 miles on a sloppy track. Rain falling hard and heavy this morning. Churchill's down. Take out the second half of the entry. Chop and Drive, current favorite. Candy Wrapper Crazy at 5-2.
Yeah, public having a tough time anointing a favorite. I had a tough time kind of analyzing this race, especially now with the wet track coming into play.
Muddy track, Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
Post-parade brewing. And we'll start with the current choice. There she is, Candy Wrapper Crazy, with Renee Diaz in the saddle.
One of several in here making the biggest drop in racing from the special weight ranks to the maiden claiming ranks. This horse went 2 turns just once in her career. It was last March back in the fairgrounds. It was not a good effort.
Daniela's Cause, Joe Talamo, 9-1. Here is the second choice, number 3, Freudian, with Mitchell Murrow.
Yeah, Freudian has been going long. A couple of second-place finishes down at the fairgrounds. A little bit of 2-month break for a guy who won an awful lot of races this year at fairgrounds and Oaklawn Park.
Early Rose, Louis Saez, 3-race maiden.
Yeah, Louis Saez will ride Charger in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. This horse was off the turf on wet tracks in her last 2. She should run well.
start class, a 3-year-old debut, off the board in her first 6 last year.
Yeah, Lasix for the first time. They better hope that the Lasix helps because she's going to need a tremendous form reversal. Look at the piece in here.
Competitive race. Dunvegan Dahl, pictured for Kenny McPeak.
Another drop in class. This filly has 0 speed. Going to need to be a little bit closer. Her best finish and her best buyer speed figure did come on a muddy track at Oakland Park.
Outside, looking for a new face. Margarita Time, first time started by Noble Mission, 6-1 on the tote board with Tyler Gaffleone.
Robert Medina, former assistant to Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. Dan was 0 for 10. This was the half to stakes winner Focus Group, who did his best running, going marathons on the turf.
Marathon and the Isaac Murphy, that is next. Not so in this first race. And here's another great offer. Twin Spires Bet Back. You place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill today, and you'll get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, all you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. I told you and promised we have on-site coverage, Churchill Downs. Frank Lyons, Paul LaDuca standing by. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. I'm very happy Kentucky Derby week to both of you.
Thanks. Happy Kentucky Derby week to you guys as well. Good to be here with my old good friend here, Frank Lyons. And Frank, I know it's been a while, yeah. What'd you take away from the Kentucky Derby Oaks draw? We'll start with that first.
Well, I don't see any of the post positions that really, that they'd be unhappy with. Even Secret Oath drawing the rail in the Oaks, that's not that bad for her because she's so adaptable. She can really be anywhere that you want. Echo Zulu, I'm kind of surprised that she is 4-1 in the morning line, third choice. Yeah, she's undefeated and won kind of bad race last time out in the Fairgrounds Oaks. Wasn't a bad race, she won. Yeah. And I've got all the respect for Echo Zulu and all the respect for Nest, all the respect for Secret Oath. Oh, yeah. That's a terrific race, and I haven't even mentioned half of them.
No, it really is a wide open race, and there's not been a kind of buzz horse like Zandon has been in the Kentucky Derby when it comes to the Oaks.
No, there hasn't really, but Nest did really wake up, show us something last time out in the Ashland, winning off really easily, and she's 5-2 favourite. Luis Saez is aboard, and she'll take all the beat. And I just think it's a terrific race.
All right, let's turn the corner, obviously, to the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Ends up drawing the rail. What'd you take out of this draw?
Okay, so we got a new gate now. So we got new records. Now, so the rail is not that bad now because before we had the auxiliary gate, now you've just got one full gate made in Europe. And the horse that draws the rail, when you used to draw the rail, if you looked straight out at ahead of you, if you went straight, you were going to hit the rail. So you had to make your way out. Now you don't. You don't have to make. You're fine because you're seeing right down the racetrack now. Again, I don't see any problem for any of the horses. Now I say new gate, new records. Julian drew 17. Number 17 is Ophir in the Derby.
Well, there's a first time for everything. I was able to catch up with Chad Brown, and obviously Zandon has been the buzz horse over the racetrack. Is the morning line favorite, and it's one of those things when you've asked 50 guys who they like in the Kentucky Derby, 47 have told me Zandon. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously you've seen this horse train. Is he really training up to the hype?
He's training very well. He's training superb. I had dinner with Chad last Wednesday, and Chad seemed so confident about Zandon's chances. But now the problem with Zandon is if he runs the way he did in the Bluegrass, he's going to wait for a late run. Now, you've got to make your way around 19 horses, tiring horses, or maybe not 19, but 15 of them or so, and that could be a problem for Zandon on the big day.
What do we do with the 2 California horses, Frank?
Toss them. I think, I know they've run fast numbers on the sheets, but I'm going to toss them. Yeah.
It's a really tough call. I'm kind of with Frank. The Oaks to me is wide open, guys. If you don't like Zandon, the Derby is wide open. Well, we got about a minute to race number 1. We'll get back to the guys. Lafitte.
Guys, thanks so much. And just to echo their sentiments on Chad Brown, yeah, the tone of his voice just changes. His demeanor changes when he talks about Zandon. And that's been for a while.
And when that voice sounds that way, he more often than not gets his picture taken.
Trying to win that first Derby. Zandon, 3-1 tepid morning line favorite for the Derby. We just saw Dunvegan Gal pictured, that big class drop you touched on. First time she's ever raced in a claiming event. Could be a big week for her connections as well. Brian Hernandez riding for trainer Kenny McPeek on Saturday. Hernandez will be on Tiz the Bomb. McPeek well represented. A couple of live runners. Smile Happy, who you're a big fan of going in.
Yeah. And Brian Hernandez has nothing but great things to say about Tiz the Bomb, saying he don't think it's the surface over at Turfway Park for Tapeta. He thinks it's the fact that this horse is growing up and maturing day by day. And you know, maybe he's not for me, Lafitte, but maybe he's a live long shot for some of our fans out there.
Brian Hernandez live look there. First race of the week, Derby week from Churchill Downs. Candy Wrapper Crazy, still 2-1 as they've reached the starting game.
7-pound apprentice Renee Diaz coming out of a series of sprint races. I would imagine she's going to be forward, in a race where there does not seem to be a lot of speed signed on, and the speed that is signed on, save Candy Wrapper Crazy, is coming out of route races. So I would imagine she'd be in front. Is that enough to get her home? I don't know. I went with the 3 Freudian, tepid selection at 3-1.
Competitive. First race of Derby week. Travis Stone with the call. The opener from Churchill Downs on a muddy track.
So head tossing about, leads by 2. Early Rose up into second now. Margarita Time comes on 3 wide up into third. Daniela's Cause toward the inside is racing in fourth. Start Class reserved in between while fifth. Freudian's in tight toward the rail 6th. A break of 2 lengths back to Dunvegan Doll, the trailer, heading for the backstretch run. 6 furlongs to go, and a very keyed up Candy Wrapper Crazy shows the way through an opening quarter in just 24 and 2/5 seconds. Early Rose is prompting on the outside in second. There's 5 furlongs to go. And now it's 3 lengths back to Margarita Time, who's nudged along third outside. Freudian finds a seam, advances up through from between horses now, up to be third toward the rail. Daniela's Cause is under pressure down inside. Dunvegan Doll starting to muster up a late bid with 4 furlongs to go. And Start Class to trailer. Rounding the far turn, Candy Wrapper Crazy has settled down a bit up top. Early Rose continues to pester on the outside in second. Freudian is not far behind in third, only 2 lengths to make up there. Dunvegan Doll's racing fourth with 3 lengths to make up. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Candy Wrapper Crazy head-to-head with Early Rose. Early Rose rolls off the turn in front. Early Rose to leader by 2 now. Freudian on the outside, trying to close up from second. Candy Wrapper Crazy, Dunvegan Doll, 1 furlong to go. And it's Early Rose who kicks clear by 3. Freudian is trying hard. Dunvegan Doll, Candy Wrapper Crazy, strung out field, all chasing Early Rose. Early Rose rambles down to the finish and scores by 3 lengths in the end. Freudian second, Dunvegan Doll third, and Candy Wrapper Crazy fourth.
Early Rose graduates in her 4th career start. Luis Saez, a date with Charge It in the Derby, strikes in the opener at Churchill Downs.
Never too far from the sprint speed of Candy Wrapper Crazy. She could not stretch her speed around 2 turns, Lafitte. Early Rose inherits, holds off Freudian, holds off Dunvegan Doll, who never really threatened to kick off Derby week for Luis Saez.
When we say rank on this show, for fans, viewers watching, newer to the sport, watch Candy Wrapper Crazy early. That's rank. Throwing her head up in the air, horse fighting rider, rider fighting horse, and the results are usually not of the desired one.
Yeah, it looked like going around the first turn there was a piano hanging out of her mouth. You could just see her really, really fighting Renee Diaz, and ultimately that is not going to bode well for her chances.
Results when we come back. And by the way, somebody needs to post the morning line odds of the Derby in his stall. Epicenter not favored. Bulletin board material. In the lightly raced Taba, Santa Anita Derby winner. Can he possibly win the Derby in his 3rd lifetime start? That's next.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just getting started on America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Fans out at Churchill Downs. Skies have cleared, muddy track, but rain not falling on this wet track moments ago in the mud. The eventual winner right there, striking the front, Luis Saez, with early rose for Limestone Thoroughbreds and trainer Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, good ride, just sitting off the speed of the favorite stretching out in here. Good things happen when you're aggressive with feet. And Luis Saez knows that better than anyone. I joke around all the time, when he retires, he might be able to take one of our seats, because to me, he rides like he's an excellent handicapper. He always seems to be in the right place at the right time. And
which
that
isn't
is
a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence, correct. Not a coincidence.
That's the way to kick off Derby week. The victory there, early rose, Luis Saez, 11:60. It wasn't a huge, just competitive, where you could make a case for 4 or 5 going in. Early rose graduates.
Fantastic trifecta there for $158.40. Those are the second, third, and fourth choices. I know they're in inverted order, but that's a great way to kick things off Derby week if you're able to hit that try.
We march forward. First stakes race, Derby week. Isaac Murphy Marathon, named in honor of the first jockey ever to be inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. 1.5 miles in the mud, as expected. Lone Rock. Wow, 1-9, Anthony. Feels about right.
Yeah, feels about right. I mean, it's ridiculous to say, but it does feel about right when your biggest rival is Tenfold, who does not like getting his picture taken, and you are the best marathon horse in the land. You're supposed to be odds on.
Isaac Murphy coming up next. You know, 2 of the last 3 Kentucky Derby winners have exited the Louisiana Derby and wound up winning by disqualification. Country House, big price. Mandaloun last year, big price. This year's Louisiana Derby winner will not be a long shot. Second choice on the morning line, Epicenter. There he is. He checks all the boxes, Anthony, and then some.
I love the bulletin board material comment you made. After this effort, I'd be a little angry if I was Epicenter not being made the favorite. I went 1 mile and 3/16, and more importantly, I was able to switch things up a little bit. Joel Rosario, and you and I have talked about this, he melted, Epicenter did, into his hands coming by the stands for the first time. And it had to give Joel the ultimate confidence that this horse would be able to turn off. And then, not only did he turn off, but he responded when roused. A huge, huge advantage and a great weapon to have in a race that has some horses that look like they're going to want to be forwardly placed. But he can also always flip the script again and be forward if he needs to be, and nobody else shows any aggression.
From the 3 posts, perhaps he has to be more aggressive than he would have liked to otherwise with all the speed to the outside. That strategy and race shape. As for Steve Asmussen, You know he's North America's all-time leading trainer, but he's never won the Derby. 28 starts, a pair of second-place finishes, a pair of third-place finishes with Breeders' Cup Classic winning Horses of the Year, Curlin, Gunrunner. Asmussen would love to shake the distinction trainer with most Derby starters without a victory. Anthony, we can go through every horse in the Kentucky Derby, and I can ask you about, potential pitfalls they have to avoid in order to win. It's hard to come up with one, really, with Epicenter. I guess now, after the draw, that may be the only concern in that he is drawn inside all of the speed. Maybe.
A hiccup is the wrong term because there's nothing you can do about the draw. You're in the entry box, they pull the pill, they pull your entry sheet, and there's nothing that is out of everyone's control. But yes, I'm not a huge fan of the 6 weeks. You've brought up a great point that the last two did come out of that. Now, Country House ran in the Arkansas Derby after that, so but yes, Mandaloun ran a big race last year off the 6 weeks. It still bothers me a little bit. The post would bother me more and might bother some more than me, but I have the utmost confidence in Joel Rosario to make the right decision coming out of there. And the two horses to his inside really don't have any early speed, so he gets to kind of call those shots as far as whether he wants to go or leave for position. There's a big difference between those two tactics. And I think you'll see them, and you'll see Joel Rosario put one or the other on display this Saturday.
I think that's something to look for early. Frank and Paul standing by. Guys, you remember Curlin, he broke from post position number 2. He didn't break well. He wound up winning 3rd, turned the tables in the end on Street Sense of the Preakness. Epicenter, where do you guys think he will be when the field hits the first turn?
That's actually a good question. Frank and I were just talking off air. He kind of seems like the horse that is 7-2 morning line, and he's the Rodney Dangerfield, sort of not getting any respect, even though he's done nothing wrong.
Well, he's done a lot right. That's what he's done.
True.
Last time out, he showed a new kind of style, rating from off the pace, going by the two horses that he had in front of him and running off easily. And if he's going to be able to break, I'm sure he's going to break because he's kind of a speed horse.
Yeah.
If he can go into that turn and he is laying within 4 lengths of the leaders, I think that he's going to be very tough to beat because Bobby Frankel always used to say to me that to win the Derby, you got to have 3 races as a 3-year-old. 3 around 2 turns, 1 being at least 1.1 miles. Now he won 1 mile and 3/16 last time in the Louisiana Derby. So I've got all the respect for Epicenter, but if there's one horse that I would take out of the draw, that the draw may hurt him, it is Epicenter, because if he breaks a little slowly, he's going to find himself 10 back.
Yeah, and the thing about it too, guys, he's won very, very easily in his last 2 starts.
Yeah.
Dominant victories in wire-to-wire fashion. Risen Star, Louisiana Derby, showing another element, another in terms of style, and you described it as him melting in Joel Rosario's hands. You watch that Louisiana Derby, sometimes when a jockey is trying to force his will on a horse and get him to relax, there wasn't any of that going on. He took a hold. He wasn't necessarily aggressive leaving the gate Rosario, and Epicenter dropped his head like he had done it 100 times prior.
Right. That's what I think was the most impressive. And if you do have any worries about the draw or the 6 weeks, like I do, they kind of go away with how well, and if you watch them throughout their partnership, the Lecomte, the Risen Star, he does whatever Joel does whatever Epicenter tells him to do. And it's a wonderful marriage. And you see some riders get along better with horses than others, and they just seem to be in tune with what the other is doing. And that's a lot of credit to Joel, because once he was able to get him to rate, once Epicenter gave him his head, it puts him in such a powerful position that you almost feel like he can do anything out there.
No concerns about experience. Epicenter, he has it. Taiba comes into the Kentucky Derby having won the Santa Anita Derby in his 2nd career start. And we saw Justified win the Derby in his 4th career start. Taiba trying to win the Derby in his 3rd. Here he is with stablemate Messier in the Santa Anita Derby. What do you make of Taiba's chances?
You want to talk about a horse that has done some pretty remarkable things. 6 furlongs to 9 furlongs, a maiden win to the Santa Anita Derby win. Talk about running past the horse with experience. Here he is going by his stablemate, Messier. Messier, far more experienced, far quote-unquote classier going into the Santa Anita Derby. And the truth of the matter is, Lafitte, at the 16th pole, he disposed of him like he was a claimant horse. Well under wraps. Mike Smith looked like he was just asking this horse to get rolling at the 8th pole, 3/16th pole. He is very, very dangerous. I was poring over the PPs after the draw and after the morning line came out. This horse is 12-1 on the morning line. I said this earlier. Right now, I think it's hard to argue that Zandon and Epicenter are the best and most accomplished horses that are going to load into that starting gate on Saturday. I don't believe it is foolish to say when this season is over, that horse, Taiba, is the best and most accomplished, because what he's done in 2 starts is it's not something that we see on a regular basis.
Frank and Paul, if he wins, it's because he's freakishly talented. Taiba, just his 3rd career starting for Messier. Bob Baffert, we realize it's Tim Yakteen, but they were with Bob Baffert for a long, Baffert has had 4 horses finish 2nd in the Santa Anita Derby and eventually cross the wire in front in the Kentucky Derby, if you like Messier.
Yeah, it really is. And a lot of people, obviously, Tim Yakteen was Bob Baffert's assistant for a long time. So however you want to take that, you want to take that. Now, I was able to catch up with Mike Smith, one of my good friends. He actually texted me, call me and tell me what you think about Taiba. Because he reminds me of a mini Shared Belief. And I was kind of blown away, and I asked him, why do you say that? He goes, Paulie, he lowers himself down like a Cadillac, like Shared Belief does, and he just sort of goes right on by you. And what he's done in those 2 starts, and to go by a seasoned horse in Messier, really, really impressed him. Now, is he as good as Shared Belief? No. But after 2 races, he's been pretty impressive, Frankie.
Well, that's just what you say. 2 races. One's been at 3/4, and the other one is the Santa Anita Derby. I don't see it. I mean, I know he's a very talented horse. Cost $1.7 million by Gunrunner. And he may be the best horse in this 20-horse field. But I can't see it. No horse with his record has ever won the Derby.
Yeah.
Like 1 race around 1 turn. I mean, you got to show me more than that.
I mean, Messier, to me, is the kind of horse that is Medina Spirit, authentic. Yeah. If they let him on the front by himself and think, he's going to come back to the field, he might not.
It was quite a gap between the Robert Lewis and the Santa Anita Derby. And perhaps he needed that Santa Anita Derby. And if he gets anything out of the Santa Anita Derby, he's got the perfect style. He's also by Empire Maker. I would I don't really like both the California horses, but and I'm not going to say that I would choose Messier over Taiba, but I just don't think that either of those, and I wish all the connections the best of luck, but I just don't see them getting it.
It's, to me, Lafitte and Anthony, these are the 2 most confusing horses in Derby history, to be honest with me, at least in my lifetime.
It was 1980, and there was a filly Genuine Risk, and Leroy Jolly did not want to run her in the Kentucky Derby. The owners did. The Firestones, typically a recipe for disaster. That worked out well on that afternoon. In that particular case for Taiba, it was Emerson Dan, the owner. He really wanted to run in the Santa Anita Derby. It worked out. Here he is in the Kentucky Derby. Experience versus his brilliance, which will prevail. As for the West Coast Derby runners, West Coast-based Derby runners, it's been one after the next. And it's not all Bob Baffert here, Anthony.
No, it's not. You see a Doug O'Neill in there. You see another Doug O'Neill in there, a John Sheriffs, a Neil Drysdale, and that Wayne Lucas guy when he was back out in California in the late 90s and 2000s. I was happy to get in today on the show. If Bob Baffert's name was next to Taiba on Saturday, would he be 12-1 on the morning line?
He would be shorter, and he would take more money just from the recognition.
Absolutely, right? And when you look at this horse's body of work, which is small, and Frank brings up a great point. This horse has 1 race around 2 turns, and that ultimately may be his undoing. He also is going to be on the double load. So what that means is the 1 loads with the 11, the 2 loads with the 12, so on and so forth. He goes into the gate second. That's a lot of time for an inexperienced horse to be in the starting gate. With his running style, he wants to be forward. He has a lot of traffic to his right. He has a lot of traffic to his left. There's a lot of things not to like. The fact that he's going to be double digits, I can't leave him out of this equation. It's to me, it's an impossibility, especially when you think about the value he offers. If Bob Baffert's name was under trainer, this horse would be 5 or 6 to 1. Nobody's convincing me otherwise. Now he's going to be double that price.
Trying to win the Derby in his 3rd career start, Taiba, and for Messier, trying to become yet another Santa Anita Derby runner-up to take down the Kentucky Derby. We'll be discussing this over the entire week, and of course, there's no better time to join NYRA Bets than now. Join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. Oh, that guy can run all day long and then some. Lone Rock, best long-distance dirt horse in the country. Ready to prove it once again. Lone Rock, the defending champ, strictly the one to beat in the 1.5 mile Isaac Murphy Stakes. That's next.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race after race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? NYRA Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with NYRA Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Lone Rock on the outside, short lead. Rise the Guy fights on. Pluska Parfait's in behind with Dak Jangles. Pluska Parfait's in very tight. You're to blame down the center of the track. They're at the 8th pole. Lone Rock has taken over. Lone Rock opening up by 3, now by 4. Rise the Guy, Portos, You're to blame. Pluska Parfait, they're coming down to the finish. And Lone Rock sees it out.
Defending Isaac Murphy champ. His mechanics aren't perfect. Funky stride, wide gate. Who cares? The former claimer turned millionaire, Lone Rock, the best long-distance dirt runner in the country. Odds on to go back-to-back in the Isaac Murphy field for today's Isaac Murphy. Lone Rock pretty much scared him off here, Anthony. Just a field of 5. 1.5 mile distance, $160,000 purse, 2 to 5 Lone Rock. That is next at Churchill Downs, Anthony, but this is really what the race is all about. The Isaac Murphy, not only the first jockey ever inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, but also a 3-time Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah, pretty amazing, right? And a fantastic way to honor Isaac Murphy is to kick off the stakes action. The amazing schedule of stakes races down at Churchill Downs on Derby Week with this marathon.
history of the sport, African-American jockeys, such a big part of the story in so many ways. And Isaac Murphy, we honor his legacy with this 1.5 mile Isaac Murphy Marathon. Horses on the track, and there he is, Lone Rock, 2-5, and rightfully so.
As they would say for John Cena, the champ is here, won this race last year, and he is close to making $1 million off a fantastic claim for Flying P Stable.
Daniela's Cause will break from the rail.
Yeah, Current coming in here now off of Hawthorne race. Could see Current on the front end today.
There's Clarity, and there's Tenfold with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Tenfold.
I had the wrong one.
Tenfold.
Apologies.
It's okay. A couple 0 for 2 at Churchill Downs. 0 for 4 at this distance. We'll see if he can pick up some of the pieces late behind Lone Rock.
There's Flavian Pratt aboard Hosier for Rudy Brissett.
It hasn't done much running in his last 2 starts. 6 months apart. We'll see if stretching out to the 1.5 miles. He's the son of Pioneer of the Nile, but I'm not sure about the bottom part of this pedigree. Henny Hughes trying to get 1.5 miles. That might be a tough ask, my friend.
Field for the first stakes race of Kentucky Derby week. This terrific offer from Twin Spires and the bet back offer from Twin Spires here. If your horse finishes second or third all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby, just download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. Available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. Frank and Paul, there he is, all eyes. Lone Rock, 1-5, trying to go back-to-back in this Isaac Murphy Marathon.
Yeah, when you look at this race, Frank, Lone Rock, 8 for 11 last few years.
Yep. Since we claimed 8 for 11.
3 wins here at Churchill Downs. 4 wins over a wet track. 4 wins at the distance. If you look at Centerfold, who looks clearly second on paper, he's a 0 in all those categories.
You know, I think you just should sit back and just appreciate this horse because he looks unbeatable here to me. As Paulie said, he's 3 for 6 with 2 seconds here at Churchill Downs, 4 for 5 with a second at this distance. Current, who's going to be hit the pace of the race, has won 2 of his last 3, but he hasn't faced anywhere near the kind of horse that Lone Rock is. And Current did finish third to Acclimate, that's trained by Phil D'Amato. He's made like $750,000. He was beaten 4 lengths 2 starts back, but that was on the grass, and 4 lengths on the grass, that's like a furlong on the dirt.
Yeah, and we got a show jumper here, guys. There's almost 140,000 to show on Lone Rock.
Bridge jumper, 1-5 Lone Rock for this Isaac Murphy Marathon. Looking there at Tenfold. Tenfold, who once finished third to Justify in the 2018 Preakness Stakes, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds, trained by Steve Asmussen, ridden by Joel Rosario. Just like this filly, Anthony, Echo Zulu, third choice on the morning line in the Kentucky Oaks at 4-1. Wow.
To steal Paul's line, this is the Rodney Dangerfield of Oaks and Derby weekend. How is the undefeated champ 4-1 on the morning line? I don't get it. You want to know what? The gambler in me is not complaining. I am very happy. I drive the Echo Zulu bandwagon. There's plenty of room, folks. Come on aboard. The fact that she's the third choice, to me, is absolutely ridiculous.
Highly decorated. You know, horse or human, no matter the sport, you hear those words, undefeated, champion. That piques interest. That's Echo Zulu, a rarefied air for a filly running in the Kentucky Oaks. There's the field for the Oaks. Echo Zulu. The favorite, number 4, Nest, at 5-2. Who do you think is favorite at post time, Anthony?
You know what? I do think it's going to be Nest because Irad Ortiz Jr. and Todd Pletcher, they win races and they take money when they win races. That's just what they do. Secret Oath at 6-1, coming off the effort against the boys, which was a pretty good effort. Kathleen O, I would imagine people are feeling that the other 2 fillies we mentioned, along with Echo Zulu, are not only a little bit more accomplished, but probably been facing tougher bunches of horses. So I would imagine Secret Oath, if you're a Secret Oath fan, let me put it this way. Don't go into Friday expecting that 6-1. I would be, you could knock me over with a feather. That's a pretty tall task. I don't think she'll be 6-1 come post time for the Kentucky Oaks. That was a weird morning line. Of all the morning lines I've seen for this weekend's racing, that was the strangest one.
It'll be interesting watching how the wagering unfolds nearing post time for the Kentucky Oaks here. Loaded group of 3-year-old fillies. Here, meantime, older horses, 1.5 miles, Isaac Murphy Marathon, 2 to 5 here, Lone Rock. Who has the most upside to potentially, Lone Rock, let's say he doesn't bring his best, right? Has an off day. It happens. Lone Rock in Tenfold. Tenfold, who does have some back class. What does Tenfold have to do to step up, perhaps, and challenge Lone Rock in the spot?
Find a fast track. He really doesn't like a wet track, Tenfold, in spite of his third-place finish and justifying that Preakness way back in 2018.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. As these horses get older, we talk about this all the time. Just handicapping any race, let alone a stakes race. These horses, as they get older, they get a little bit more finicky. And he just doesn't seem to really like a wet track anymore. I think if anybody upsets Lone Rock, speed beats speed. And Current's going to be loose on the lead in here, or at the very least, he should be loose on the lead in here. We'll see what Ramon Vasquez does tactically with Lone Rock. He doesn't really have to let him get out of their sights. I played a cold 1-2 here, thinking it could be a 2-speed reverse number.
All set. Isaac Murphy Marathon. Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Lone Rock, and Current was away well too, but it is Lone Rock who establishes the lead at once and strides away to lead by length as they move around the opening turn. Current is keyed up in second outside of Celerity, who settles in toward the rail third. Hosier's fourth and Tenfold is fifth. In the very early stages, they come toward the top of the stretch for the first time. Lone Rock is running a few paths off the rail, but is cruising an uncontested lead so far. Current has been moved outside, and Celerity has been moved inside to track the pace from second and third, and they're about to be split by Hosier, who sneaks up from fourth, and Tenfold is down toward the rail, cruising along in fifth as they head for the finish line. One circuit to go, and it's Lone Rock continuing to show the way. Current is inching forward with a little bit of pressure for that second turn. Celerity toward the inside, Hosier and Tenfold. So into the turn they go. Lone Rock continues on while in the clear, running off the rail. Celerity toward the inside is going to try and sneak up on through, and here he comes now. So Celerity is now second, coming after Lone Rock. Current is racing in third. Hosier's in some traffic despite the compact field. Fourth and in behind horses. Tenfold has come off the rail, has been moved to the outside for the run down the backstretch. So it is Lone Rock bounding along up top, rolling along on a one-length advantage. Current is now back in second. Celerity toward the inside. Hosier is right there, fourth and getting closer. Hosier's traveling well so far. 4 lengths back to Tenfold as they head for the far turn. It is still Lone Rock the leader. 4 furlongs remaining. Current is putting in a bid now. Hosier angles over toward the rail to be third. Celerity's going the wrong way. Tenfold has to go now with 8 lengths to make up round the far turn. It's still Lone Rock in front. Current's first bid was rejected. Hosier third toward the inside, honing in. Now it's 6 lengths back to Tenfold. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Lone Rock has been in front since the start. Hosier's going to come through toward the inside. Hosier cuts the corner, now second. Top of the stretch. Lone Rock set down for the drive and is holding on by 2. Hosier's trying hard but is still second. Current and Tenfold, 1 furlong to go, and Lone Rock is rolling. Lone Rock with a 4-length advantage down to the final 16th. Hosier tried, so too did Current, but nobody could match Lone Rock. Much the best in here. This race was simply never in doubt. Hosier second, Current third, Tenfold fourth.
Good as advertised. Back-to-back wins in the Isaac Murphy for Lone Rock. What a claim as he strolls in the mud to another Isaac Murphy Marathon victory.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And Ramon Vasquez, I think, Lafitte, it's worth noting here. As soon as he put Lone Rock on the lead, he put him into the middle of the track. And he allowed not 1, but 2 of his rivals the paths to his inside. I wonder if that's a little recon from the first race today, if it's him and his experience riding the racetrack, just saying, you know what, I'm going to try and find a path in the middle of the course here in the mud today, and let's see what everybody else does. Even Joel Rosario, who was aboard Tenfold, who again didn't fire on a wet track, he put him inside, he put him in the middle of the track, he put him outside, almost as if to say, let me use this as a little bit of a learning experience. Find where these paths are, where you want to be on this muddy track this afternoon at Churchill Downs. Ramon Vasquez, you know, he didn't have to learn much. He is on an old pro who has turned into an absolute win machine at these marathon distances.
The level of pride, Anthony, for Randy Hill, Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, the claim, and what Lone Rock has developed into since.
Yeah, the quick math says this made him a millionaire just since his claim. And that is absolutely remarkable to have a horse for 15 months and make $1 million with him. The one off the board finish was in the Razorback, going 1 mile and a 16th.
Too sharp.
He's just getting started at 1 mile and a 16th. It's absolutely remarkable. Congratulations all around.
You'd have to think the Brooklyn next here.
Try to defend his title in the Brooklyn, absolutely. He's just going to go on a defending mission around this great country, tackling whoever shows up to face him. I'll tell you what, it is a daunting task when you see a race at 1.5 miles, 1.5 miles, and you see his name dropped in the entry box. But I'll tell you what, the horses running in the flat out on Friday here at beautiful Belmont Park, they all, I mean, bulletin board material. They called each other when it was over and said, thankfully this horse is running at Churchill Downs on Tuesday.
Been a great story, fun to follow for trainer Robertino Diodoro, the work they've done with Lone Rock. Another win in this Isaac Murphy Marathon feature today at Churchill Downs. And when we return, no trainer has started more Kentucky Derby runners than him. Todd Pletcher, 59 and counting. He'll saddle 2 more on Saturday. Charge it. And Mo Donegal, Pletcher in search of a 3rd Kentucky Derby victory.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Off and running Derby week at Churchill Downs. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and Ramon Vasquez being interviewed by Joe Christopher. Vasquez guiding Lone Rock to the wire, top of the stretch, and as Travis Stone said, this one never in doubt.
No, never in doubt, Lafitte. And Jay Provenzano from Flying P is watching from Churchill Downs,
man.
or wherever he is, and he said that the discussion after the first race with jockey Ramon Vasquez was to keep this horse off the rail, get him off the rail. So you saw him brake alertly. He got in front of Current, which was a little surprise to me. I thought he would just take a target off of Current, but he took the fight to Current, got off the rail. Congrats to Jay, Randy Hill, and all the rest of the connections of Lone Rock.
We'll be hearing from winning trainer Robertino Diodoro as Lone Rock enters the winner's circle. So how much of an adjustment are you making with your handicapping as a result of that information?
I think you have to. A little bit, right? At the very least, a little bit. Did Jay not go? Jay could be out. Jay could be selling his vitamins today. That's what he could be doing.
If he's texting you, he's not there. I can promise you that.
You're probably right. You're probably right. He's here on Long Island. Congrats to Jay again.
It's been a fun story, and look forward to watching it continue as he's developed into, as you mentioned, a millionaire since the claim. A millionaire. He's banked around 1.4 or so now. Lone Rock, who's these long-distance races for a former claimer, reliable, shows up, and we'll look forward to seeing him here around Belmont Stakes Week for that Brooklyn, which he went back-to-back in the Isaac Murphy. He'll be trying to go back-to-back in the Brooklyn.
Yes, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival just 5 weeks away. Looking forward to that. A little less now, 5 weeks away. So always looking forward to that. The Brooklyn. My favorite race of the year is the Belmont Stakes. I love marathons on the dirt, so I love horses like Lone Rock because they are so good at these marathons on the dirt. They're so good at what they do. And like you said, he's got the funky running style, the wide gate, and might as well try him going the marathon distances. And he is, you probably can argue that in the country right now, there's no horse better at what they do than him at these marathon distances. It's not like we have a dominant turf sprinter. The 3-year-old picture's wide open. The fillies are wide open. I guess Latruska would be on that short list, but he's tough as nails when they go a mile and a half and longer.
Again, we'll be hearing from Robertino Diodoro in just a moment. In fact, you're going to hear right now from Diodoro, the winning trainer with Paul at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I am with winning trainer Robertino Diodoro. $1 million since you've claimed this horse, Lone Rock. Back-to-back winners of this race. What's it like to train an old pro like this?
He's a pretty straightforward horse. Wish we had 20 of these kind. Paul, he's just, can't say enough about him. Just big, strong horse. Loves his job. He's all pro. And I keep saying anytime you get a horse that doesn't matter what you pay for him, that can take you all over the country and win stake races, can't say enough about him.
What's his demeanor in the barn? You know he's the man?
Oh, yeah. He just stands there all morning with his rear end out the door. Actually, 24/7. He's pretty comical, actually. Loves his peppermints, and it's about a 45-minute ordeal every day to train him because he wants to stand out on the track for 20 minutes every morning. So Galboy does a great job with him, too. Bailey, just takes his time. Chad Travell back at Oaklawn. Like I said, hats off to the whole team just to keep a horse like this healthy. And, I think really compliment my team for just keeping him on his toes this long. He's 7 years old. He's not, he's going to be a little bit of an old timer, but he looks great and very healthy horse.
We can't be remiss. The owner of this horse, Mr. Provenzano, not doing too well. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, no, I talked to him earlier this morning. He's doing a lot better, and want to say hello to him and Mr. Hill, and want to just tell him thanks for giving us the opportunity with this horse.
Well, thoughts and prayers for them and Lone Rock, back-to-back winners.
Paul, thanks so much. So much to be proud of with Lone Rock, what he's accomplished for trainer Robertino Diodoro, and for Jay Provenzano, perhaps the best medicine. And as he's watching, hoping you're feeling that much better watching Lone Rock do his thing, going back-to-back at Churchill Downs in the Isaac Murphy. We shift gears to trainer Todd Pletcher, who last summer was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Like anybody who could spell horse racing could see this coming. We've been referencing him as a future surefire Hall of Fame trainer for about 10, 15 years, it seems. Todd Pletcher is the consummate professional with a resume that just won't quit. But for those closest to him, that have known him longest, probably saw this coming a long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assassin and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The shuttle, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, Quality Road, left bank, cross traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
And where he belongs amongst the best of the best in the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, Anthony. As for Pletcher in the Derby, you know, the numbers don't speak for themselves. At first glance, 2 for 59, that's not great. but you dive a little deeper. Consider the average post time odds per starter, 23-1. One Derby favorite who won Always Dreaming, mathematically, statistically, 2 wins is right on par. And he'll try and build on that this Saturday in the Derby with 3 more runners. Starting here with Mo Donegal. He'll break from the rail in the Derby, broke from the rail in the Wood, and won impressively.
Broke from the rail in the Remsen as well, that he beat Zandon in a nice stretch battle. And here you see him under Joel Rosario. Gerardo Ortiz Jr. will ride his regular runner, quote-unquote, backup Ward 4, the Run for the Roses. Rode the rail in here, was able to save ground the whole way. Joel produced him around early voting, who's going to wait for the Preakness, and he comes and gets him the last 4 or 5 jumps. Nice effort. You would imagine that the 1.25 miles should not be an issue. Mike Rapoli, who you saw on the feature, bought into this horse as a son of Uncle Mo, not surprisingly, as he campaigned Uncle Mo. So Mike Rapoli bought into Mo Donegal, and yeah, he's one of the ones. Certainly you would imagine he is Todd's best chance at Derby number 3.
Everybody knows this, but just a reminder, last horse to win the Kentucky Derby from the rail, Ferdinand in 1986, and it took the best jockey ever to pull it off.
Certainly did.
Shoemaker. Good news for Pletcher. He doesn't have to go all in with Mo Donegal. He also has Charge It, runner-up in the Florida Derby. Anthony, what do you make of his chances?
If anybody from South Florida does any damage on Saturday, I do believe it'll be this colt.
Agree.
He's a little unseasoned, if you will. He's like the steak you put on the barbecue without the salt and the pepper, right? But maybe he got a little salt and pepper here. Lugging in, trying to get past White Barrio. I love the fact, Lafitte, that he kept coming at White Barrio, who kind of took his, he kind of drifted into him a little bit. I think White Barrio and Tyler Gaffalione holding him off gave this horse a big education the last 16th of a mile in that Florida Derby.
That's what Pletcher points to, is what he learned in the Florida Derby in terms of education for Charge It, who, by the way, also hit the side of the gate, leaving the starting gate.
Yes. Yeah, he's very interesting. But if that's the knock on Taba, that he only has the 2 starts, and this horse only has 3 starts, he only has the 1 start around 2 turns, he only has the 1 win, his maiden win, to his credit, it's kind of hard to really endorse him when you have a few other horses the same ilk. Luis Saez crossed the wire in front with Maximum Security disqualified, looking for that first Kentucky Derby. No better time to join Naira Bets. Join today, receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus when they use promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. When we come back, have to appreciate this guy's tenacity. Always brings his best, never intimidated, never blinks, just keeps on coming. Is he good enough? Probably not on paper. Barber Road will try his hardest once again in the 148th Kentucky Derby.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Get excited, racing fans. Derby week at Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us. On-site coverage at Churchill Downs. Frank Lyons, Paul LaDuca, alongside Anthony Stabile. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. And we have a post-parade brewing for the 3rd. They are off the turf today on the main track, muddy main track at Churchill. These are $20,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older, 6.5 furlong dash. There's Lucky Lauren to kick things off with Rafael Bejarano.
Yeah, 3rd start off of a July layoff. Lone wet track try at Keeneland. His 2nd start as a 3-year-old was not that good.
Super Wonder Girl, 1 for 19 lifetime. Her 1 win, summer of 19 at Arlington Park.
Lukewarm favorite, and like Lafitte said, win at Arlington Park was on the all-weather.
She's the favorite. Wow. Floris, recent form leaves a lot to be desired.
Yep, 2nd start off of a December layoff. She's going to need a huge form reversal in here.
Super Taylor Houdini, Aurelio Gutierrez takes over. Date with Hidden Connection in the Oaks, Barber Road in the Derby.
Ships up from the fairgrounds. Lone win came on a wet track for this daughter of 2010 Derby winner, Super Saver.
Mohey Lady for the coach, Dwayne Lucas.
Cuts back from a series of 2-turn races at Oaklawn Park to a sprint. Her sprint form much, much better. Daughter of Mohamed should like a wet track.
Rosada, father-in-law, son-in-law, Chris Linderos riding for Ian Wilkes.
Showed a little speed and tired at Keeneland, wheels back in just 3 weeks.
Number 7, Bertrada, first after the claim, Gennaro Garcia.
New York-bred daughter of Violence seeks just the 2nd win of her career. She's going to need a little bit of a form reversal while raising in class off the claim.
Field for the 3rd at Churchill. Somebody has to register that 2nd career win. Post time in about a minute or so. And you want to take advantage of this Twin Spires bet back offer. Now, you place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill today, you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. 3rd race, Churchill Downs. Paul LaDuca. We're looking at Bertrada here at 4-1. What do you make of her chances?
Yeah, I really do. Gennaro Garcia claimed this horse from Turfway Park. Gennaro had a winner on opening night here with Rafael Bejarano from the 1 hole, actually, to open up the card in race number 1. And when you look at this filly, I get it. She's 1 for 14 lifetime with 4 seconds. But to me, she's the most consistent filly in this race. When you look at the Dwayne Lucas filly, the 5, she has trouble getting out of the gate. She also has a race that wins this as well. When you look at Rosada, very confusing horse to figure out because she's the kind of horse in here that showed a lot of speed and stop. 2 back, she was a little unlucky. That comment line is perfect as the rain really starts to come down here now in Louisville. She's going to show a ton of speed in here. I thought Super Wonder Girl, another one is 1 for 19, has some races to go back to that would win this race. It's kind of confusing, so I just stuck to, with the most consistent horse out of the gate and the most consistent horse on paper, and that was the 7, guys, Bertrada.
Paul going with Bertrada. Best of luck, Paulie. Currently 7-2. Wide open, competitive. 6.5 furlong sprint. Like somebody has to win. Little will go
that's
a long
how it
way.
works. That is how it works.
Little will go a long way.
Yes, that's how it works. Somebody has to win. The more you put down, the more you pick up. We do all these. We do all the carnival barking we can now. Mohey Lady, was very interesting to me in here. I think she's going to like this wet track, Lafitte. I think she's going to appreciate the cutback from the 2 turns as well. I know her fastest fig was 2 starts back, but I think that was more of an aberration than anything else. I don't know how fast that race really was. But I think her 1-turn races are better. The majority of her 1-turn races, well, actually all of them came as a 2-year-old. So now she's 3, and she gets 6.5. And I like her. And I think part of the reason the bug boy, Renee Diaz, is on this horse today is to get her out of the gate. Paul mentioned that she has some gait issues. I think Renee's a little bit more of an attentive rider, especially with the bug, and I would imagine that the weight off's going to help, and I would imagine him, I don't want to say he's going to hustle her out of there, but just staying on top of her when the gate opens hopefully will help the cause.
Talking about Mohey Lady, watch her as she leaves the gate. Rain really falling, as Paul mentioned. Look at that downpour here.
Wow.
At Churchill Downs on the muddy track. We have reached post time for the third. Travis Stone standing by. Post time race 3 live, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Rizada, good beginning from the far outside. Flores is also there. Lucky Lauren down toward the rail. Super Wonder Girl's up close, and so too is Super Tale of Houdini. 5 across the track early. And Lucky Lauren down inside is up for narrow lead. Super Wonder Girl is right there running along second. Flores is not far behind third. Rizada right there in the outside fourth. Super Tale of Houdini tucks in behind to be fifth. Bertrada angles over toward the rail in sixth. And Mohey Lady is at the back in seventh, about 5 lengths off the lead. Moving for the far turn, Lucky Lauren through an opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Super Wonder Girls hounding every step of the way, and Rizada comes on 3 wide from third. Super Tale of Houdini angles to the outside in fourth, while Mohey Lady comes through toward the inside fifth. Lucky Lauren has lost the lead to Super Wonder Girl. Rizada is right there off the turn. Lucky Lauren cuts the corner, and then it's Super Tale of Houdini. Bertrada switched to the far outside in a driving rainstorm. 1 furlong to go. Rizada's in front half a length. Wrong lead though. Super Wonder Girl fights on, and here comes Mohey Lady, who's come off the rail and is putting in a final try, and now Mohey Lady to the front. Mohey Lady opening up by 3 down to the finish. Rizada's going to hold second, Super Wonder Girl and Bertrada.
Mohey Lady. Anthony zeroed in on this filly. Low visibility, rain pouring for Mohey Lady, though. It was perfect. Accelerating here for D. Wayne Lucas, Renee Diaz getting that second career win. We saw a racetrack go from muddy to sloppy during the running. I've never seen this before. This filly loved the slop today. I wouldn't bet her back on a fast track, but if it pours, she's for me. Nice effort. This kid can ride. And he showed some patience here. He had another one. He kind of felt his way around there. He went to the holes where nobody else was. That's so important. It sounds like common sense, but it's so important. Just go where they ain't, right? Hit them where they ain't in baseball. Go where they ain't in horse racing. The hole opens, and she exploded through there today. Nice effort. In the end, again, competitive race on paper. In the end, she made it look easy. Yeah, she really did. She broke a little bit more alertly today. I know she was last early, but she left the gate with the rest of them. They just kind of out-sprinted her early. When there's 5 across the track and you don't have any speed, that is what's going to happen. And you know, more often than not, going to fall into a good trip. She certainly did. Charging there, striking the front, Renee Diaz. Mohey Lady for the Holy Cow Stable, a homebred by Mahaman, who ran 4th in the 2016 Kentucky Derby behind Nyquist and Company. Gets that second career win, loving it in that wet track at Churchill. That was a pretty good 1, 2, 3. Nyquist, Exaggerator, Gunrunner. That'll work. Bad. That'll work. That'll work. Mohey Lady, it all worked for her today. Second lifetime win. Results when we come back, and much more on America's Day at the Races, and what could be a big weekend for Eclipse Thoroughbreds. Perhaps a lot to celebrate, and all the Grade 1 races we'll have a chance to see. Kentucky Derby Saturday, and all the lead up this week here on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Run Happy was going to be the last horse I ever owned, and I was getting out of the business. I had so many disappointments and heartbreaks and lost so much money at it, and then came Run Happy. So I guess the lesson there is persistence, never give up.
His performance in the Breeders' Cup Sprint was one that people will talk about for years to come. I mean, it was another, yet again, freaky performance, set the track record. The way he did it was pretty incredible.
He won at Keeneland, he won at Saratoga.
Run Happy!
He won at Santa Anita, he won at several of the legendary places in horse racing.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
What a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career. We couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there.
We put him in stall number 1 for a reason. We have a lot of confidence in this horse. We think he has all the capabilities and characteristics that you kind of look for in a great stallion. You know, he had the speed, he had the form, he had the freaky talent, the athleticism, and he's really throwing it in his foals. And we're over the moon with what we've seen. We feel like we're in a great spot, and now it's up to the offspring to prove it.
What a racehorse and stallion. Our coverage is always brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, race medication free. Progeny excelling around 2 turns. Smile Happy, serious contender in this year's Derby, following a solid 2nd place finish in the Bluegrass Stakes. And Anthony says, look out for Smile Happy in the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, sir. I think he is going to benefit from having the 2 races off the break, Lafitte. And one thing we haven't really talked about is his win at Churchill Downs in the 2nd start of his career in the KJC.
It's key. And you're padding your bankroll for Derby Day.
I'm trying.
With selections like this one here in Mohey Lady. 2nd lifetime win. What'd you get for your $2 investment?
$11.40. Some Jingle. That's one of the lesser known cousins. Some Jingle. Max Jingle's your favorite cousin, of course, but he's not around today. He's not around on Tuesdays usually. He usually comes on Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday?
Yeah.
5-6-2 third race Churchill Downs, and we're going to have some time to kill. Weather delay.
Yeah.
At Churchill, just like we had opening night, I think it was, right before the featured Roxolana.
Yes, sir.
2 for 2.
Exactly. Maybe it's us. Probably not.
This is what happened at this part of the country this time of year, and trying to get a gauge on what the weather is going to be. Oaks Day, Churchill, Derby Day. Right now, it looks a little dicey. Oaks Day looks dry. Derby Day, but this is, again, that could change 3 times by the time we get there. What we do know is that there's a delay right now as these skies open up and the rain falls.
And I think the thing, as you see this Derby Day stake schedule, right, and 3 of those stakes races, the Old Forester, the Churchill Distaff Turf Mile, and the American Turf, obviously all on the grass. I think that's what's affected more. You and I talked about this Saturday night.
Yep.
The dirt drains, the dirt course drains so amazingly. The turf is a little bit of a different story, so you got to keep an eye on that, especially with some moisture in the forecast throughout the week. I think the turf course, and they protect that turf course. No racing today. Opening night, the rails were out 18 feet. You're going to see that throughout the week, I think, now. And you'll see them protect the inner paths of the turf course. But I think if you're handicapping, and the PPs are out, so I've been handicapping already, the thing you probably want to keep in mind is those turf courses are probably going to have a little give in them.
Brand new turf course out at
Yes.
Churchill Downs. So, yeah, the weekend with all eyes on the 3-year-old fillies in the Oaks on Friday, the Derby on Saturday, but you just saw that stake schedule. And for the Pat Day Mile and 3-year-olds that don't want to go 1.25 miles, look at this lineup. 12 deep, and how excited were you to see that name? Number 5 show up back in the entry box. Jack Christopher, 2-1 morning line favorite, unraced since this brilliant effort in last fall's Champaign. This right here, this was one of those wow moments. What are we starting? What are we seeing the start of? And then, of course, sideline missed the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Has been sidelined till now.
I don't mind being a little bit of a lightning rod. I have no problem.
But
perhaps the best 3-year-old in the country is not running in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Perhaps he's running in the Pat Day Mile, the former opening day feature when it was the Derby Trial. It has now been moved and renamed for one of the winningest riders in the history of our sport. This horse was running figures as a 2-year-old 7 months ago that would put him right on the finish line of the Kentucky Derby. And unfortunately, man plans and the racing gods laugh sometimes. He's kept out of the Kentucky Derby. He gets to run on Derby Day, maybe even a little bittersweet for his connections for the owners and for Chad Brown. But this horse is the goods, and we'll find out. You know, this is never an easy race, this Pat Day Mile, Lafitte. It always draws a big field. Here's a field of 12, right? He's drawn smack dab in the middle of it in the 5-hole. He's got some sprint speed stretching out. He has horses cutting back in distance. This is a nice little start to the season for a horse who is playing the proverbial catch-up, if you will.
And for Chad Brown, we told you how confident he is in terms of Zandon. Loves Jack Christopher as an individual for his talent and the confidence to bring him back in that spot. 2 lifetime races, has not raced since last fall, and to bring him back and to put him in that race, what does that tell you?
Exactly. Coming back, he's never been beyond the mile. He's never been around 2 turns, right? His maiden win, and then the mile of the Champagne is 1 turn here at Big Sandy. He's never, so he stays the 1-turn mile. But this is some race to come back, and like you said, he could have, remember this, folks. He could have found a 2 other end to run this horse in. He's running him in the Pat Day Mile. That speaks volumes for a barn that is ordinarily conservative. Chad likes to run his horses. Chad learned from one of the absolute very best in Robert J. Frankel, affectionately known as Bobby. And Bobby taught patience. Right? Bobby didn't rush horses through. Bobby also liked to take the money off the table when he could win those allowance races. So you want to run these horses in their condition. For Chad to run this horse back in the Pat Day Mile off the 6.5 months speaks volumes as to what he thinks of his chances and his ability.
Can't wait to see Jack Christopher, long-awaited return, 3-year-old debut in the Pat Day Mile. Remember last year's Pat Day Mile and what Jackie's Warrior did on that particular stage on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby? Churchill Downs Stakes. When you get some of the best sprinters in the country together, feels like a Breeders' Cup Sprint. The Breeders' Cup Sprint winner makes his return. Aloha West drawn inside Jackie's Warrior, 5-2 the morning line choice.
Throughout the winter at Aqueduct, Andy Sterling and I will talk about how they couldn't have picked an easier field to run against some of these maiden claimers we discussed. I'll tell you what, somebody must have a vendetta against this horse, bringing him back in this spot. Wow, there are rivals all over the place. What a loaded renewal of this heat that, in years past has come up a little light. No, not the case this year. This might be one of the best betting races of the entire 2 days down at Churchill Downs. What a fantastic race this is. You have the defending champ of the Breeders' Cup running against the defending sprint champ in Jackie's Warrior, running against Reinvestment Risk, who was second to Speaker's Corner here in the Carter. Prevalence finally living up to the hype for Godolphin in his last couple of starts. The always dangerous Mind Control. Cezanne making his first start for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Wow, loaded field here.
This is different in that, for example, Latruska, when she got fried in that pace duel in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, we saw her in the Apple Blossom, no pace. She dictated, she controlled, she went wire to wire. There you see Aaron Wellman and the Eclipse team going into the winner's circle there at Del Mar following that Breeders' Cup Sprint win and a thriller with Aloha West for the Catman. In this case, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, it was Jackie's Warrior who was up there facing all that heat, and the pace played a huge role in the outcome of the race. On paper, this looks like a scenario. Like I said, Latruska controlling the Apple Blossom. I think Jackie's Warrior figures to control this one from a pace standpoint from start to full. We'll see about the finish, but certainly from the start.
Right. Naturally, from a natural speed point of view, none of his rivals can keep up with him for the first 3/8, half a mile. When that's happened ordinarily, he has been ultra tough, if not, impervious. It's almost impossible to beat him. 7. Got to go 7 against some horses that look like they want 7. This is a fascinating. I cannot wait for this race. This is a fascinating race. Really looking forward to it.
The Churchill Downs featuring some of the very finest sprinters in the game and so many. 8 graded stakes races as expected. It's Derby Day 4 of the Grade 1 variety. We're still in a holding pattern. The weather delay out at Churchill Downs. Tractors on the track doing their thing. The maintenance hopefully will resume before long. Weather delay out at Churchill Downs. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
He seems like he's the type of horse, you know, he likes to try to see what he can get away with and stuff like that, you know, and but he's not really aggressive or anything like that. He don't try to hurt you or nothing. He just likes to interact with you quite a bit, you know, and just play around.
He's a medium-sized horse. He was obviously turf. He's by Dubawi. He's got a huge pedigree. I mean, it's the Jude family and Quarter Moon and Ruby Tuesday, which has been very successful. And Dubawi's turned out to be a pretty good sire of sires in Europe right now. So I'm excited about it. I mean, you know, the foals all look a lot like him. They're kind of brown packages with maybe just a little white on them. There's not a lot of white or a lot of chrome, as they might say, but he's really stamped them.
Very alert. I mean, he's curious, as you can see. He's always wondering what's going on.
He had an immense amount of talent. Unfortunately, he was not shown on the racetrack. He pulled up lame in the Belmont Derby. He was 3 for 3 going into the race. Peter Brandt, very high on this horse. He thought he was one of the most talented horses he's ever had, which that often says a lot too. He's very well supported by Peter and the syndicate. He bred 102 mares his first year. He's by Dubawi, who's arguably one of the best sires in the world. And we think we're in a very good position with him.
Great stuff from Claiborne de Marchelier. Coverage, as always, on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. So after the Kentucky Oaks Friday evening, be sure to join us here on Fox Sports 2. Kentucky Derby preview show. Andy Serling, the MIG, Paula Duca from Churchill, Maggie Wolfendale, myself. 30 minutes. That's going to be a jam-packed show. You can spend like 3 hours doing Kentucky Derby preview shows. 30-minute preview show right after the Kentucky Oaks here on Fox Sports 2. And we'll discuss Barber Road, the closer, long shot, the gray with Raylan Gutierrez. Last seen chasing Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. He's just honest, Anthony. Is he good enough? Again, on paper, probably not, but you can count on him trying and bringing his very best.
If you're a fan of speed figures, he's nowhere close to being able to hit this board. But you know what Ned Stark said about but? Doesn't really matter, everything you say before but. He's gaining ground in all of these races. And that has to count for something, Lafitte. It absolutely has to. Because this Derby, more often than not, they're falling by the wayside, proverbially, the last eighth of a mile. And this horse really looks like when he spins off the turn, that's when his engine starts to rev. Can he get into the try of the Super at 30-1? Yeah, he's probably too slow to win. Unless
he's
they're
staring
just
right through your soul, Anthony.
He really is. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I do love me a gray horse, though. Grays and Chestnuts. I'm a sucker for Grays and Chestnuts. He's going to be running late. Does that mean he finishes 4th, 8 lengths behind the winner? Does it mean he finishes 10th, 12 lengths behind the winner? I don't know. I know at 30-1, if I'm making a superfecta, I'm throwing him in the bottom slots.
Well, if you like him, look, John Ortiz, Derby debut. Does experience matter in the Derby? No, not really. Since 2008, quote-unquote rookie Kentucky Derby trainers have won the Derby. Like, sure, it helps when you have horses like Fupeg, Smarty, Barbaro, etc. But that's not the point. Point is, if you like Barbaro, don't let the lack of Derby experience for John Ortiz throw you. Barbaro, he strikes me as the type of horse, I think I'd feel safe saying, I think he beats more horses than beat him.
Oh, I would love that prop. I would take that prop bet for sure.
Can we get that somewhere?
I probably. You can get prop bets on anything. I would take that prop bet. 20-horse field, he finishes 10th or better. Absolutely.
And you can count, again, just he shows up. And it's been a great, he was like right there in each one of the 3-year-old preps at Oaklawn Park, as you saw, gaining ground to Cyberknife in the Arkansas Derby. And it does feel like the farther the better. And what an opportunity for Raylo Gutierrez riding Hidden Connection in the Oaks and his first Kentucky Derby with Barbaro.
More often than not, as these distances get longer, the biggest knock on these horses is they're losing ground the last 2 point of calls. He's gaining ground in almost every one of his starts in the last 2 point of calls. And that, again, that has to account for something. It absolutely has to.
30-1 on the morning line. Barbaro, deep closing gray. See what he can do, how much ground he makes up late. Can he be a late factor? Will there be enough pace to set things up for his closing kick in Saturday's Derby? The weather delay. Things have cleared up. It stopped raining. Reports of the sun being out at Churchill Downs. Things happen pretty quickly in Louisville in terms of the weather, right?
They sure do. I was at 2 Derbies, 08 and 09. Same kind of weather. Sun came out in 08. It went from sloppy to fast in 5 races. Yep. They were adding water onto the track. 2009, Mind That Bird. Sun didn't come out. Track stayed wet all day long.
Polar opposites. 2-1 favorite. Big Brown from the 20. Mind That Bird, one of the biggest upsets in Derby history. Will we see an upset in this 4th race, as Steve Buttleman calls the field a post?
Wet track certainly going to help the 3 to 5 favorite.
Let him do his thing.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I apologize. No respect for the craft. I apologize, Steve. I'm a harmonica player myself.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, player. I use the term player very, very loosely.
Next time we have a weather delay, you need to bring your harmonica.
I can play Call to the Post, and I can play my old Kentucky Home.
Where was that the last 20 minutes?
You Are My Sunshine, Stand By Me. I got a few numbers.
Foes Parade looking at Regal Retort. 3 to 5 odds-on favorite for this $50,000 claiming sprint. Speaking of eclipse, there's Remain Anonymous.
Yes, Remain Anonymous. Regal Retort in for a tag. Second time, Remain Anonymous has finished second in her last 2 starts with a 2-month or so gap in between starts.
Number 3, Extrema by Exaggerator. Loved a wet track. She's never raced on a wet track.
Cuts back from a series of 2-turn races out of town. Has not raced in over 7 months.
Number 4, Dance Rhythms. Greg Foley had 2 wins opening night.
Yeah, he went back-to-back. This filly's 0 for 3 on wet tracks. She's done more of her best running on the grass.
Number 5, Recoded. 9-2, Contender. 2-time winner on a wet surface.
Curious to see if Gerardo Corrales puts this filly on the front end. There's not a lot of speed signed on here, Lafitte.
And finally, Larimar towards the outside. 6-time winner, 6-1 with Joe Rocco Jr.
Tried Starter Allowance Company both in Kentucky and at Gulfstream Park. She'll need a little bit of a form reversal off our last 2, though she is 2 for 3 over tracks with moisture in them.
Touched on the lack of pace. We'll get into the race shape momentarily, but first with Twin Spires and this bet back offer. And what you're going to do, place a win bet on any eligible race today at Churchill, and you'll get your money back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. the Twin Spires bet back offer. On-site coverage continues. Frank Lyon standing by. Sun's out, Frank. We have a muddy track, a sloppy track to deal with, and an odds-on favorite we're looking at, Regal Retort, 3-5, 2 minutes out.
Well, I think that she is unbeatable here. The only thing about this race is, well, there is an honest pace in the race, but there's only 6 horses, so you know that the pace can maybe take a little bit into the race, and it's very important when you break from the rail. You might be in a little trouble coming from off of it, because Regal Retort comes from well off it. But the last time she raced 7 furlongs here at Churchill in the slop, she won by 12 1/4 lengths. That was 4 starts ago. She was 4th beaten 2 1/4 last time out behind the Wesley Ward train, Tis Splendid News, Honorifique, and Liberty MD from the Ian Wilkes barn. Liberty MD had just been second to Kamari, who runs in the Group 1 here on Saturday, a Grade 1 on Saturday. Tis Splendid News is also in that race. That's the 7 furlong Grade 1. So I just think that she's unbeatable off of that form. But if you want to catch her maybe in the exacta, I like the 4 horse in this race. This is a filly that ran last time out at Keeneland, but was unprepared, got off to a very slow start. She was 7-2 on that occasion, and she finished 5th beaten 11 lengths. Now throw that race out because she was so slow out of the gate, never got into the race, and Tyler look after her. Rafael Bejarano's aboard her today. Now the only thing about her is she's 0 for 4 at this distance, 0 for 4 with no seconds and no thirds, but she was a 3/4 length third behind Skinny Dip and Song River last year. Skinny Dip is from the Greg Foley barn. This filly's also from the Greg Foley barn. She's by Into Mischief. Song River from the Sherry DeVoe barn had just won a 1 other down at Saratoga, and this filly has got the form to run second. Then of course Recoded, who loves the slop. I think her last win came here and in Churchill Downs, going 7 furlongs on the sloppy racetrack, so she also has a chance there for a second. But I'm going to go with the 1 and 4 in the exacta, and we'll see how that works out. Lafitte.
Frank, thanks so much. He says nearly unbeatable Regal Retort, 3-5. But look out for Dance Rhythms at a price 8-1 for trainer Greg Foley. And in the paddock, there she is. Probably saying, if this was a human athlete, like, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Undefeated, champion, highly decorated Echo Zulu, schooling in the paddock, and yet 4-1 third choice in the Kentucky Oaks.
Look at the neck on her. She looks great, doesn't she? Wow.
She's Echo Zulu.
Keep looking at that last race. I keep looking at the running line of that last race, and people want to knock that race. Keep knocking it.
I think,
Please
again,
do.
it's the combination of the long layoff, demanding, taxing race. You pointed out Saturday night, but she has had the 6 weeks, and that is key in this scenario for Echo Zulu.
No question about it. I don't think there's any question about the break that I'm so concerned about with Epicenter is going to do wonders for her. And, you know, all of this speed that's allegedly signed on in here, I'd like to know where it is. Ugiri is the only other one, I think, that there's no other real speed in here. Joel's going to put her on the lead and say,
Drew
see
has
you
already
later.
tweeted that Ugiri can be just as effective off the pace.
Love it. I love hearing these things. Yeah, let Joel Rosario and Echo Zulu get to the lead. Give me 9. Let Max show up there, a little 980. I'll sign the contract for 980 right now.
Trying to become the first reigning 2-year-old filly champion to win the Kentucky Oaks in Silver Bullet Day. Echo Zulu, can she remain undefeated? We'll find out on Friday. What happens here? Regal Retort, odds on. Travis Stone standing by with the call. Post time for the 4th race, live, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Recoded and Larimar. Those two break alertly from their outside posts, and they're racing for the lead, and they're joined at the rail by Regal Retort, and also there is Remain Anonymous as they cross onto the main track, and so now Regal Retort and Remain Anonymous Go on with it. Remain Anonymous takes a clear-cut lead. Regal Retort back into second. Larimar comes away in third. Recoded in the clear, advancing up from fourth. Dance Rhythms on the far outside, pushed along from fifth. Extrema is racing in sixth. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 4/5 seconds. There's 4 furlongs to go. Remain Anonymous hits the far turn run and opens up a length and a quarter now. Recoded on the outside of Larimar. They're both coming after Remain Anonymous. Florence Roux takes a peek back and asks her to go just a little bit more. Dance Rhythms comes on 3 or 4 wide from fourth. Extrema's in fifth, and Regal Retort is down inside sixth at the quarter pole. Remain Anonymous rolls off the turn and kicks away. Opens up by 3. Recoded fully extended with 1 furlong to go. Then it's Dance Rhythms and Regal Retort. There's 1 furlong left. Remain Anonymous in front by 2. Recoded is not backing down. Recoded is coming on late. Remain Anonymous needs that wire. Recoded surges late. These two to the finish. Recoded got there. Recoded runs down Remain Anonymous. Regal Retort was third. Extrema finished fourth.
Just a $5,000 claimer here. $50,000 claimer, but in an exciting finish. Recoded, able to run down Remain Anonymous in deep stretch in this fourth race at Churchill.
Yeah, Remain Anonymous looked like she was home Jerome at the 8th pole, but Recoded kept on coming at her. It was a weird race. I thought Recoded would be on the front end. She only had 2 beat Lafitte going into the far turn. Was able to gradually gain ground and grind on past Remain Anonymous to get the Duke.
Regal Retort, the favorite. ¿Qué pasó?
You know, I don't think she liked. Joel Rosario left out of there aggressively. She was actually in front at the first point of call, and then she kind of got shuffled back like a harness race. It felt like it was Saturday night again. She kind of got shuffled back. I don't think she liked the kickback today, because once Joel got her to the outside, she started running late. Look, she's in for a tag for the second time. Obviously, she's lost a step now at the age of 6, but she ran on credibly to be third.
Recoded, cutting into that lead. Remain Anonymous. Florence Roux doing everything he can. Too much momentum, too much Recoded on this afternoon. 8th lifetime win, 5 of them at Churchill, and a 3rd win. On a wet track, Recoded. What price was she at post time?
I think, yeah, 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Recoded. Results when we come back. As our coverage continues on a Tuesday, kicking off Derby week from Churchill Downs. Recoded on the outside, running down Remain Anonymous inside the 16th pole in the 4th at the Downs.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
And welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live coverage Churchill Downs on this Tuesday afternoon. Rain has ceased for the moment. Sloppy track. And moments ago, we watched Recoded. Top of the stretch. The leader remained anonymous with that 3-length lead. Looked like she was gone. Right about here, you can really see Giroux going to work and Recoded starting to cut into that lead with every stride.
We take it for granted sometimes, right, that we just assume that these riders are going to keep pressing. Gerardo Corral should really get a lot of credit for this ride because Recoded looked like at the 3/16 pole she was going to have to settle for the place money today, but he kept on coming aboard of her, switching his crop, throwing crosses, and really just riding her hard to the wire. And though it looked like the filly on the lead was going to keep going, he was able to get Recoded to the wire.
And always that much more special, regardless of what you're winning there this week.
Sure.
Special, $13.60.
Yeah, nice price. It's a nice pick 3, $157. That was with Lone Rock kicking things off. The double paid, the $2 double paid $77. Lone Rock made the pick 3 worth twice as much. That's ridiculous.
Here,
from the guy who didn't play it.
Here, with all the defections, this race turned upside down off the turf on the main track. Mille Foy, familiar name. 1-5 here. Again, off the turf on the main track here in the slot at Churchill Downs.
She has a case of the worst disease at the racetrack, and that is seconditis.
Probably not what you want to hear if you're conceding 1-5.
No, correct. You are correct, sir, as Ed McMahon used to say.
Are you trying to beat her?
No.
Just like that. Mille Foy, odds on very early on here, getting closer to the 5th race. Churchill Downs off the turf of the main track and welcoming in fans and followers of racing from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indy joining the fray. That's next as our coverage continues. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside,
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13th hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's gonna take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm gonna win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
Get excited for Tom and his family all over again, reliving that, revisiting that.
I was a fan of Tom's, and last summer when I was hosting Breakfast at Saratoga, we got to be pretty friendly, and Joel Politti as well. He was out a lot of mornings too for the workouts and for Breakfast at Saratoga. And good couple of guys, really good. And watching that is pretty funny now. Seeing the pile-on.
The greatest post-race celebration in history of post-race celebrations. Tom Amoss and his family. And here's the answer to a trivia question: where Serengeti Empress debuted and broke her maiden.
I know. Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
I didn't remember that.
I didn't either. I remembered Monomoy Girl on the grass, but I did not remember that Serengeti Empress was there as well.
Formerly known as Indiana Grand. We got the meet here April 19th through November 23rd. Nice long meet. The track a mile, turf course 7 furlongs, and of course some of their bigger events, the Indiana Derby, Indiana Oaks. Another example of those races for 3-year-olds, second, third-tier 2-year-olds, and the big money offered around the country in some of those races in the summer.
Some real fun racing there, I can tell you that. You can find value as well.
Post-parade, you're looking at Rompt, 5-2.
Second start off, almost a year layoff, drops down into a claiming tag for the first time.
Sloppy track here as well. $15,000 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime. There's Randello at 9-5, the favorite.
Yeah, comes off a series of races over at Turfway Park over their all-weather surface. Last couple of tries on the main track, not so good.
Prince of Mayhem, good news, coming off a 5-length win. Bad news, that was last December.
And it was over at Hawthorne Park. We'll see if he can return from the layoff and make the race a winning one.
First after the claim, there's Hard Night.
Yeah, claimed, again, another one who spent his winter at Turfway Park. Tried the turf at Hawthorne last fall as well. 0 for 9 overall in the Hoosier State.
Opener, Horseshoe Indy in just a couple of moments. We said no better time to join NYRA Bets than now. Join today, and you're going to get a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $25 bet plus $200 deposit match. How are you playing this thing, Anthony?
You know, I thought Rompt needed the last race. From a 10.5-month layoff, a sprint over at Mahoning Valley and against allowance competition. Felt like he definitely needed that race. He's had a year-plus layoff on his card, a year and a couple of days. And he came back in sprints, and when he stretched back out off a pair of sprints, he ran really, really well. He's drawn inside here. He gets Santos Sandra, who wins a lot of races over at Horseshoe Indy, excuse me. I like Rompt.
Rompt at 3-1. This feels like the race that you pegged Mo Hay Lady in at Churchill Downs, where you had a small-ish field, but several contenders. Only 5 here, but you can't just readily dismiss any of them.
No, you can't, but I think he has the most upside. Gemo Rain, the number 3, his record around 2 turns, he won at Delaware Park. It was almost 2 years ago. He hasn't really raced much around 2 turns lately. It was at the all-weather at Arlington last summer. He didn't race too well. Randello, he's kept similar company at Turfway Park over the winter. But again, I don't love his 2-turn form. And again, you know, the monkey wrench here a little bit is the wet track. So we know that Rompt likes it. In fact, Rompt's run some of his best figures on
That
wet
was
tracks.
my next question. For some handicappers, the surface of wet track, it's a back to the drawing board and looking at the race completely differently. Others, Andy Serling doesn't, for him, it's not a very big deal. It's not going to change how he sees the race for the most part. For you, how much of a factor is the track? On a day like this, you have a sloppy surface. Let's say that you had an opinion going in, assuming it would be a fast track, and you have to deal with a wet track in the end.
If you ask a certain co-host of mine, he would say I pay way too much attention to wet tracks. Way too much attention to wet tracks. I'm kind of learning that he might be right. But it still plays a role. It almost has to. It's, you know, and wet track is different from place to place. There are different kind of wet tracks at each venue. I think you have to pay attention to it. I think it's probably more so that horses don't like it than they do. There are some that just can't stand up. Now, Exaggerator is the first horse that comes to mind.
Yep.
Right? The old, you and I remember the mud marks and the mudlark. He was a mudlark. But you don't see them really
It's
anymore.
different in that, so when you deal with, this is a sloppy track, and when most of the water is on top, they pack it down. It's very different than, say, way back when you would wind up with heavy rain and almost a bottomless, heavy. Then there was a significant difference in terms of that type of track and a fast race track. Here, the way the tracks are maintained when receiving rainfall, there isn't that great discrepancy.
And this is where the game changing comes into play, right? We used to do a lot less work to our racetracks. To just if it rained, it rained. You let them be, right? We were kids. Sealed. Nobody sealed. What's sealed?
What's that?
What does that mean? But like everything else, the game changed a little bit, and there's more of an effort. And look, you want to race on as fast a track, as dry a track as you possibly can. We're spoiled here in New York. Glenn Kozak and Brian and the team here are the best in the business. I say that with the utmost confidence and not as a homer. They're the best in the business. So we are spoiled here. But, you know, there's part of me that, let it alone. This is what it was meant to be today. Let it alone. Let them race over the wet tracks, right? You don't even see, a lot of trainers don't even send their horses out in the morning on wet tracks anymore, right? Famously, Shug McGahee would always train his horse on a wet track, and you felt like they had an advantage when they would come over in the afternoon and the track was off. You don't even see Shug do it as much as he used to anymore. So that's where the game's changed a little bit. It's almost like the designated wet tracks are almost like the designated hitter at this point. Like, we're not going to send our horses out in wet tracks in the morning. We don't want our pitchers running the bases and taking swings at pitches. That's kind of like what I feel like it's like. And guess what? I'm not a fan of the designated hitter, my friend.
A little bit, not as much strategizing, certainly easier for the managers.
Yes, correct. But if you're going to have it, everybody should have it. So I think Shug's kind of along those lines now. He just doesn't send them out as often as he used to.
And we have more data now, and I think that in the way tracks are maintained when it does rain, it's safety first. Always safety.
1,000,000%. Always safety first. And yeah, the utmost, with the advent of aftercare and all the aftercares in the last couple of decades, yes, we always looked out for the horses.
Do you feel that, and this was an old handicapping axiom, that speed is more dangerous?
I don't like to deal in absolutes, but yes. I feel like it's easy to scamper away from a horse on these wet, especially sloppy tracks, than anything else.
You went with Rompt in this one.
I did.
Number 2, $15,000 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime. The opener from Horseshoe Indy. It's post time.
Stand by one more. Deshaun Parker with Hard Night over the mile. All 10 races will be run on the main track. Main track Stompy to start us off today. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Brompt was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Gemma Rain broke sharp. Randello in the yellow cap. Prince of Mayhem with an early bid. Hard Night is wide, and after breaking awkwardly, Brompt has dropped back toward last. It's Gemma Rain. So Gemma Rain takes charge of the pace here for Manny Esquivel and leads by a half length to Prince of Mayhem, who's second and close up with Randello, third upon settling, joined toward the inside by Brompt, and Hard Night trails the mile here in the Tuesday opener. Making this run up the backstretch, Stompy track, and it's Gemma Rain. So Gemma Rain narrowly leads with Prince of Mayhem making his 4-year-old seasonal bow, staying close to the front runner. It's Gemma Rain and Prince of Mayhem with Randello joined toward the inside by Brompt, who's looking to improve now for Santos Sanjor, and wide with Deshaun Parker. Hard Night trails 5 lengths from leader to last. And it's Gemma Rain who continues out in front as Randello in the yellow cap now starts his bid. The half mile was posted in 47.32 seconds. It's Randello. Randello to take on Gemma Rain as they vie for the lead coming toward the quarter pole with Hard Night in third. Then toward the inside is Brompt, and Prince of Mayhem has dropped back sharply to last. It's Randello. Randello spins them in. Randello, Gemma Rain, Hard Night, Brompt, and Prince of Mayhem. 3/4, 1 minute 12.03 seconds. Randello, 1 furlong to go. Randello has edged away from Gemma Rain, who was switched out and tries to battle on. Hard Night and Brompt as they come into these final yards. It's Randello for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., and Randello prevails from Gemma Rain. Brompt was third, then Hard Night and Prince of Mayhem.
Interesting late, but Randello able to hold off Gemma Rain in this first race at Horseshoe Indy.
Yes, Randello gets the job done. Brompt walked out of the starting gate, spotted the field a handful of lengths, and kind of had his work cut out from him there. I don't like to make assumptions based on one race, Lafitte, but it certainly seemed like Gemma Rain, once she was switched outside, found a little bit of better footing. Maybe you don't want to be down inside today. We'll take another couple of races to see
Something to
that.
follow as the racing continues. Horseshoe Indy results when we come back. Also, Tyler Gaffalione riding Breaker of Chains in the upcoming 5th at Churchill, piling up Kentucky riding title after Kentucky riding title won the Florida Derby, another Keeneland meet, and on Saturday, a date with White Abarrio in the Kentucky Derby.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America's Best Racing.net today as that plane lands. White Abarrio landed in the winner's circle following the Florida Derby. Anthony White Abarrio, the gray here at Gulfstream Park, where he has done his very, very best work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Not only has White Abarrio done his best work at Gulfstream Park, so is his trainer, Safi Joseph Jr. They're going to have to take their show on the road. You're going to see Charger, we talked about him earlier. One horse gets a very, very nice trip. The other horse still a little bit green. And I think Charger can turn the tables on White Abarrio Saturday afternoon. The question is, are either of them good enough? I'll tell you one thing. The guy on White Abarrio's back, that Tyler Gaffalione kid.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, I was one of his biggest detractors 5 years ago. I will freely admit it. I was as critical of him as any rider I had seen in a very long time.
Why?
I was wrong.
What have you seen? What is the greatest? How has he improved the most?
I feel like he has gotten better.
He's good at the celebration.
He's excellent. Yeah, we need to tone that down a little bit, TG. I think he's gotten better. He's gotten more patient. I think that's the biggest thing, and I think that comes with age, with everything. You know, there's more of a Mr. Miyagi life lesson than anything else. It comes with age. He saves ground, and he used to get himself into too many jackpots. He knows how to get himself out of those jackpots now. And guys that have guts that'll save ground, when they figure out a way to not get themselves in trouble, they are very, very dangerous.
In a groove, trying for that first Derby. White Abarrio on Saturday in the Derby. Off the turf on the main track here. Post-parade, blazing star Julian Leparoux aboard.
Won the maiden in a sprint at Mahoning Valley. Did not like stretching out last time out.
Breaker of Chains, a scratch, by the way.
Yes.
Thanks for the heads up.
There was your favorite.
Milfoy, 3-5. More on her in a moment. There's Super Chianti.
Yeah, blinkers go on for her fourth start in the U.S. We'll see what she can do. She's going to need a major form reversal in here.
Lay and low, making dough. Corey Lannery.
Only win came via being awarded the first place money after getting beat 5+ lengths. I'm not often a fan of those.
Main track only players. There's your filly. High fashion.
Yeah, she's got a win in a couple of seconds from some wet track tries. She's been good on the main track. She did not really prefer the all-weather over at Turfway Park this winter, but she gets back to conventional dirt now.
Sun's out at Churchill.
Sun's out, guns
odds
out.
On. And with the Twin Spires bet back off, replace a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill today, you're going to get your bet back up to $10. If your horse runs second or third, all you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. So much going on at Churchill, including the Pick 5 about to get started. Churchill Downs. Paulie, how you playing this?
Well, listen, I'm kind of with Anthony. When you look at this race, Millfield obviously sticks out. But then you look down and you see loss of 30 cents on the dollar, loss of 60 cents on the dollar, and it kind of confuses you a little bit. So I'm going to start this race 3 deep. I thought I'll go with the 9, 11, and 12 in here. In the next race, I'm going to go a little bit deeper, guys. 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. I thought those were the 4 horses or 5 horses. A wide open betting race in that race. 1, 5, 6 in race number 7. I'm going to go with the 2 main track runners, the 11 and the 12. I really feel those are the 2 horses that are really going to be tough to beat in race number 8. And then in the nightcap, guys, I'm going to single the number 7, Aura, for Steve Aston. You go back to some of his races. The best race was on a sloppy racetrack. Horse is dropping a tiny bit in class. $54 or $45 on my ticket, I'm not sure. My stuff is blowing away. But I think this is a pick 5 that you can get involved in, guys.
Paul's strategy, there it is. Best of luck, Paul. Aura, the single in the nightcap by 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Midnight Loot. One of those on the wettest of tracks.
Yes.
Monmouth Park in 2007, like knee-deep mud.
That was something.
It never stopped.
It never
stopped until around the Breeders' Cup Distaff that Ginger Punch won.
Yes.
And then at English Channel, Curlin, the sun came. But, man, for a week it didn't stop raining.
It was crazy down there. I was where I'll be this Saturday at Mohegan Sun.
Nice.
For the Kentucky Derby, but I do remember just absolutely teeming at Monmouth for days upon days upon days.
Naturally, the following day, like the most gorgeous East Coast fall Sunday afternoon you've ever seen in your life. Unrecognizable. Milfoy, who is 3-5. I go back to that demoiselle of hers where
we don't have to watch it, do we?
No, that one cost you. Where I became a fan of Malathat that afternoon and watching Malathat wear down Milfoy. been an incredibly exciting demonstration.
That's when my rivalry with Malathaat began.
You've been on the wrong side of
I've been on the wrong side.
Photos?
Demoiselle, Kentucky Oaks, CCA Oaks. Just on the wrong side of Malathaat. And I'm a fan. I just don't like when they take my money.
Well, is Milfoy going to take those trusting her today's money? She's 3-5, but still she has not won since before the demoiselle of her 2-year-old season in a maiden win right here at Belmont.
I feel like with the announcement that the PDJF Jockey Karaoke is coming back, I should break into "It's Now or Never." This is it.
Late quick.
Let's get out of the other end today, boys and girls, because if she doesn't today, and she has to field an intended dirt race, or Bill Mott's been trying to get her on the grass. She's a first foal out of an unraced dam, so we don't know really what she is going to want to do in her life. So far, it hasn't been winning.
Burns
5
some
seconds.
money. Will she get that elusive second career win this afternoon? We're about to find out. The Juddmonte filly Milfoy, odds on. Travis Stone with the call. Post time, start of the Pick 5 here, Race 5 live, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. If you please, toward the inside, Milfoy is there. Super Chianti, High Fashion, backing out is Blazing Star. Laying Low, Making Dough is the early trailer as they head up the chute and they come for the main track. And up top as they get set to cross over, it's Milfoy who comes on through to take the lead. Super Chianti's running in second. If you please, toward the inside, backs out into third. High Fashion is racing fourth. Blazing Star between horses fifth. And it's already 8 lengths back to Layin' Low, Making Dough. 5 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. The pace is sharp. And it's Milfoy the leader by half a length. Super Chianti continues to track the pace from second. Right there to the outside. If you please is tucked away while third. High Fashion advancing up outside of horses. Blazing Stars back into fifth. Layin' Low, Making Dough still trails to field, but getting a little bit closer with 3 furlongs to go. They still have to catch Milfoy, who rounds the far turn in front. Super Chianti's in a full-out drive, still second. High Fashion 3 wide third. Farther back, If You Please gives way fourth. Layin' Low, Making Dough's going to cut the corner off the turn. Made up some ground on that far turn. Runs now only 5 behind. But Milfoy is still there by 3. High Fashion runs up into second. Super Chianti gives way. Layin' Low, Making Dough. Fourth down inside. No doubt about the leader. It's Milfoy. Milfoy clear by 4 down to the wire. High Fashion's going to try and hold second and will do so, but Milfoy, much the best, wrapped up in the end. 4 lengths on the wire. High Fashion, Layin' Low, Making Dough, and Super Chianti.
Trustworthy on this afternoon. Milfoy, odds on delivers, finally gets that second career win. Anthony, you're a 9-12. Working out very nicely.
I told you she's going to lose.
Does that make up for the demoiselle?
No. No. We need a lot more 9-12s, my friend, to make up for that demoiselle beat. That was so scary. My pal Andy Sterling was on the wrong side of that as well. She had way too much weight on her in the demoiselle that day. Joelle, me, Andy, that wasn't happening.
19 years, Anthony, since we saw those colors. Favorite Empire Maker running second to Funny Side in the 03 Kentucky Derby 19 years ago.
Now that was a good result. That was a very good
Funny
result.
Side pay about
27-20, and the exacta paid $93. But who's counting?
That has to be a big part of the story with the Kentucky Derby. Chad Brown, who learned so much from Bobby Frankel over the years. Frankel, about as close as you can get to winning a Derby without winning one. He was second and third.
Peace
Empire
rules.
Maker, Peace Rules. Too much of the gutsy gelding in the end. Again, that would be one of the stories there for Chad Brown to accomplish something that Bobby Frankel and many other great trainers never have, is to win a Kentucky Derby.
Bobby Frankel, right, widely considered certainly a top 3 West Coast trainer. The great Alan Jerkins, I mean, to me, Alan was like a grandfather, so nobody was better than Alan. Never came close. close, but no cigar in the Kentucky Derby. So, yeah, for Chad to pull this off with Zandon, I think would be as special. I think right now it's probably Derby and Travers, being an upstate boy. Those would be the two he'd want to knock off the bucket list.
We'll find out. 5 days in counting till the 148th Kentucky Derby. That's going to wrap things up for us. For Anthony Stabile, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Coming up next, Greg Wolf, Acacia Courtney, Clement jumping on the set as Milfoy gets that second lifetime victory. And who is going to make off with the Derby hardware? Find out around 6:45 Saturday evening as the countdown continues to the first jewel of the 2022 Triple Crown in the 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. America's Day at the Races rolls on.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Our approach to mental health counseling started with a focus mostly on substance abuse. And then in time we realized there are also a group of people who have mental health problems apart from substance abuse. So our primary health care doctors and nurses and others are trained to see mental health as part of a holistic issue. And we have similar programs in Saratoga as well. And it's a real mistake in medicine to treat mental health as a silo, as if it has nothing to do with the rest of you. So, yeah, we're always trying to do it in an integrative, holistic way.
Continuing live coverage from Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Week in Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Continuing on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you where you can bet it all at Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Greg Wolf, of course. I had it perfect and I blew it.
He was
Acacia
so ready.
Clement. Good to see you.
Thanks, Greg. And nice to be able to work with you on this side of the desk today. Looking forward to it and looking forward to talking about some good races and, of course, the Kentucky Derby coming
Yeah, we'll
up.
talk plenty about all these contenders and some kind of flying under the radar, too, for the Kentucky Derby. Such a fun week. So excited about it. And I'm sure everyone on this show has got other commitments. They're busy. Going to be doing plenty of radio programs and everything.
Are you cemented into who you have, though, or do you feel like that could still change by the time we get to Saturday?
You know, you and I were kind of talking about this before coming in on set. Coming into the Derby, I was pretty set it was going to be Epicenter for me. And then this week, much like everybody else, Zandon has been the one that really has impressed the most leading into the race. He is one that I think will be closing. I think Epicenter drew well. As far as the fact that he can show some tactical speed, being a little bit more towards the inside, to me, those are the two big horses, but I think that you could potentially use a couple of prices underneath. I know you and I both intrigued with horses like Simplification, perhaps.
Yeah, it's been working huge. I like both the horses from South Florida. I think Wyatt Barrio is interesting as well, but Simplification for me might be my actual Derby Day pick. I'm going to reserve a few more days to go over everything before I lock into one, though. Back at Churchill, Mille Foy, who we've seen here in New York plenty. For Bill Mott, Joel Rosario, Juddmonte, odds-on winner.
And she was one that obviously they had very high hopes for at the beginning of her career. Last year as a 3-year-old, she just really seemed to disappoint in some big races where you would have expected her to run better. Ran a sneaky okay race in the Kentucky Oaks, coming back here this year, beaten in that allowance at Gulfstream 2 starts back, but she finally got to the winner's circle today, and she found the right bunch here, Greg. I wonder if we will see her on the turf in the future, but I'm sure encouraging for Bill Mott and the connections to see her find the winner's circle again.
And here, look, you're on the best horse in the group. Just be aggressive, be forward, and that's what she did here, and it was game over early on.
As we like to say, clean faces win races with the wet track at Churchill Downs today, and she was pretty clean, being forward, not having to take any of that kickback, always a benefit.
So 9, 12, 11, early pick 5 ends there. We're underway in the late pick 5, so that means pick 4 starts here. 6 furlong sprint, $30,000 maiden claiming group. Baby Quinn, big drop in class. Debuted maiden special as a 2-year-old for Brad Cox last May. We have not seen him since. Bothered at the start. Tiz the Bomb was way behind him in that race. He's going to be running in the Kentucky Derby. Not a great sign, though, to be dropping in for 30 claiming tag here.
And that we haven't seen him in a year. You know, it's definitely a big question. It did show some speed. Actually, had a little bit of an awkward break, kind of rushed up and used that speed. We'll see if we see speed coming back here this year, but that is the question. And that's the question with some of these in this race. Is it just a logical drop saying this is where this horse belongs, or is it something to be a little bit more suspicious of?
You got other speed to contend with, too, on the rail. That horse really quick, stubborn kind of fella, but horse was in for 20 maiden claiming. It's actually a step up for him down on the inside. As we head back to Horseshoe Indy and getting set for race 2. 5.5 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming group. That's the 9-5 favorite you're looking at. You can play all these races with Naira Bets. Great time to sign up with the first leg of that Triple Crown on Saturday. The Oaks on Friday. Get a free Derby wager plus that $200 deposit match bonus with that code right there, Derby25. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. What do you think of Chandana here?
I have to say, she looked really nice out on the racetrack, framing herself up beautifully. She was in very good form before the layoff from November to now, which is a similar type of layoff that you're going to see from several horses in this card here. For instance, Sea Level, the other favorite, has the exact same kind of layoff. And it's what we call one of those expected layoffs, a purposeful layoff where you see horses get the winter off and coming back and finding some other options back in the spring. So it makes sense. I like that this filly has some speed. I also like that she was running in those condition Indiana-bred races and then showed she could handle open company last time out. She is one that has early speed. She was a little bit awkward last time out, but overall, I think tactically, she showed another dimension in that last race, which would make her a major player.
And then you have the 5 outside Sea Level for Brad Cox. She's undefeated sprinting. Brad trying to see what he had if she could go longer in a stakes race at a mile. She actually ran okay. She ran second from well out of it, but it's back to sprinting today.
She did. She didn't break well that day. The neighbor to her kind of came out into her at the start, and it looked like throughout the race, her rider was working on her to keep her engaged in there going a mile. She struck me as one that just didn't want any part of the distance. She ran much better sprinting, undefeated sprinting. She did get pace to run at when breaking poorly in the My Trusty Cat, which is a name I like in the race that she tried last time out. Obviously coming back in her first try at a stakes. To be fair, though, her races are just not as fast as the likes of Shandana, and that's to me the big question. You would expect coming back from 2 to 3, there could be a lot of improvement today, but she's facing an older, more experienced filly who, plain and simple, just has faster races.
You look at that race, though, for back to not the favorite anymore, but the Ford, Shandana, 2 back. She got that 94 buyer going this distance, 5.5 furlongs. That's kind of an outlier. She's never run a number close to that. She certainly didn't run a number close to that the one start she had after that. Does that make you seem like maybe that figure's a little high and maybe that's not realistic for what she can do?
I do think that one's a little bit high, but she won with a 73 in Open Company after that. Her race 3 back in September was also a 73. She's run that figure before back in the summer. She ran a 66 in early September too. She's always kind of mid-60s to low 70s. I think that's what she is. That would certainly make Sea Level a little bit closer, but that 73 last time out, if Shandana can run back to that, I think that she's the one to be in this spot. I do think you bring up a great point with the fact that it was a quick pace, 2 starts back. She won by 8, yes, but it was, again, a state-bred, non-winners of 3. She was flattered with the 2nd and 3rd place finishers coming back to win, though.
And it was probably way, way before your time. But you know the story with the 1?
No.
Heavens to Murgatroyd?
No.
Snagglepuss, Hanna-Barbera?
I feel like this is something I should know.
No, it's way before your time. Cartoon, probably in the, well, God, it was probably before my time, but it was reruns. Yeah. But, the 70s, that was.
I love it. I love it.
We'll see. That one, 11 to 1. That's the biggest price on the board from the rail.
Yeah, and she faced some good horses before the layoff, too. Last time out, yes, it was back in February, and she was well beaten, but she did face Bubble Rock, who we saw come back to win a stake. Prior to that, when she last ran at Churchill in the fall, faced Girl with a Dream, who won the Grade 3 Forward Gal at Gulfstream Park over the winter. So she faced good company, though she wasn't able to kind of keep up with them. You would think that this is just a more logical spot for a filly like this.
She won at Keeneland.
She did. She absolutely did. I mean, maybe she's one that could jump up. That Keeneland race was a maiden 50, and it was on a wet track, too. I know we're dealing with a wet track in here today. So we'll see. I thought the 6 Cat Attack to the outside was a little interesting. Why is she back sprinting on the dirt? And maybe this is just a stepping stone for her?
I think I just saw Harley's brother, by the way.
Yeah, pretty cool looking pony there. It's awesome.
We're set for the second 5.5 furlong sprint. Shandana, the 4, trying to make it 3 straight. Brad Cox with Sea Level, the 5, cutting back to a distance, sprinting at least, where she's been undefeated. John Dooley, the call.
And they're off. Shandana broke sharp toward the inside. The 6-year-old Irish-bred Jungle Juice in the shocking pink, vying for the lead with Shandana after the first furlong and a half, with Cat Attack in the black cap just off the speed. Sea Level in 4th, making this run toward the far turn, and toward the inside, Murgatroyd has dropped back to be a joint last. It's Jungle Juice and Shandana. They continue to battle for this as they enter the far turn. 3 wide is Cat Attack. Inside, 3 furlongs to go. So they round the far turn. The trailers are Sea Level, and toward the inside, Murgatroyd. It's Shandana, who looms in front for Rodney Prescott with a couple of furlongs to go. It's Shandana, Cat Attack, and Jungle Juice as these fillies and mare turn for home. First run of 2022 for Sea Level, who's being asked to pick up on the far outside. Close to the rail is Murgatroyd. They're coming down toward the final furlong. It's Shandana. Shandana looking sharp here in the slop. Shandana has slipped away from Jungle Juice, who repelled Cat Attack. Sea Level, and toward the inside is Murgatroyd, but close to home. It's Shandana. The flat-down filly comes back on top. Shandana won decisively by nearly 6. Jungle Juice was 2nd, Sea Level 3rd, then Murgatroyd, and Cat Attack was last of the quintet.
Maybe that figure 2 back was not an outlier. Dusted this field 3 in a row for Shandana. Rodney Prescott for Rubber Dobbs.
Yeah, she was impressive today, and I'm sure very exciting to see her come back off the layoff and win like this. The number 3 Jungle Juice, also off of a layoff, checked in 2nd. You see that she's wearing those cheek pieces. Sometimes it's a little bit for a different type of help versus blinkers. Blinkers really help with the peripheral vision. Those cheek pieces open up a little bit, but help horses that tend to be just a little bit more distracted, particularly with looking behind them and what's going on around them. But layoff runners, 1, 2, 3. An impressive win from Shandana.
Brad Cox, he is your reigning Kentucky Derby winning trainer. After that DQ, he backed into that win. He would love to get a horse there crossing the wire first on the day of the event. Cyberknife may be his best chance. That Arkansas Derby winner. He'll also send out Tawny Port. Proved he could handle the dirt in the Lexington. And the Speedy Zozos, runner-up to Epicenter in the Louisiana Derby.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Derby Week at Churchill Downs. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 6th at Churchill. This is the race that's going to kick off the late pick 4 on this Tuesday program. 6 furlong sprint, $30,000 maiden claiming event. And that is a first-time starter, that 8-horse Son of American Freedom to the outside. Ron Moquette trains. Tyler Gaffleone will ride.
Not too much pedigree in the immediate family out of an unraced mare, and the sibling was 0 for 2, but always intriguing with a first-time starter in these types of races.
Oh, this man right here, things are going pretty good in the Brad Cox world. He has 3 he is going to send out in this year's edition of the Kentucky Derby. Cyberknife, Tawny Port, and Zozos. And really all 3 of them kind of late into the game to get into this Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
For Cyberknife, horse who he's always said has had a ton of talent. It's taken him a little while to kind of put it together mentally. He put it all together in the Arkansas Derby.
He certainly did in a big way. He was 5-1 that day, beating Barber Road, and a huge effort in that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. He had disappointed in the Lecomte when he was, I think, a horse that you were a little bit intrigued by after breaking his maiden. He was one that crossed the wire first in his debut at Churchill Downs. Ended up getting DQ'd that day, but we do know that he can run over the surface if that's something that you're interested in. You can even see it there in the stretch of the Arkansas Derby. He likes to drift a little bit. He does wear that Houghton bit that we talk a lot about with that extra bar underneath the chin. He's been training in it as well, which gives the rider a little bit more control to help keep a quirky horse like him on a straight path, which is really going to be key for Florent Geroux in a field of 20 horses.
And, you know, Geroux, he made that early move to get up there and be part of the race early on. And then this horse still had it in him to make that second move, which Brad Cox has said you need a horse like that who can make multiple moves to win a Kentucky Derby. Do you believe this is a horse that can win the Derby?
I'm not his biggest fan just as far as the talent versus what he's been facing, but I will say he's one that has been training beautifully leading up to the Kentucky Derby. I have heard as well that he is a good workhorse. He's one that typically shows his hand in the mornings, and that's just a norm for him. That said, I think that there are some other big horses that I'm more intrigued by, but I do think the point about being able to stop and start as needed is key in this field.
They'll have post 16, 18 for Tawny Port, post 19 for Zozos. As we get a look at our field here for the 6th at Churchill, we're up to the 3 Baby Quinn Speedster, who's been off since May of last year.
Called by Cantharos, who sold for $140,000 as a 2-year-old, making just his 2nd start now.
Lunar Rocket missed by a neck for 20 maiden, claiming a Keeneland last start.
This is the former Brad Cox, now first off the claim for Donald Habib.
First time in for a tag for Officer Nick.
Just has not been able to show anything in maiden special weight. We'll see if the cutback and drop help.
Joyful Candy was at a bottom level at Fairgrounds, did run 2nd. This should be a little tougher.
Struck me as a horse who looked leg weary and tired off of the layoff. That was just for lesser versus what he's facing today as he steps up in class.
We're up to the 8, that first timer with Tyler Gaffleone.
Called by American Freedom, who can certainly have some runners at homebred for Gary and Mary West, debuting for Ron Moquette.
And we skipped over that 7. Tom Drury, who, of course, Art Collector began with him. That's a first-time starter by Lee Gal.
Corey Lannery going to be in the saddle. Yes, certainly. Out of a City Zip mare. Dan was 0 for 6, and this is her first foal to race, but it just seems like he's being logical about the placing, debuting for $30,000. And if either of the firsters are ready to roll at first asking, they could be intriguing if you don't necessarily trust the favorite off the big layoff.
Head to the Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Download the Twin Spires app or head to twinspires.com. It's available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in. So good luck to everybody. 5 minutes away from this 6th coming up on Kentucky Derby week here at Churchill Downs. The favorite at 6-5, Baby Quinn. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. And the 2nd time, this horse took money too in a maiden special weight in that 2-year-old race back in May. Here it is.
And if you go back and watch the start of the race, broke from an outside post, which is always can be a little bit of an adventure for a young and inexperienced 2-year-old horse. Kind of hopped up a little bit, swerved out at the break when bumped by another one, and hustled up to the outside and was dead game in between horses throughout the stretch here. Really, I thought was an impressive effort on debut. But again, we haven't seen him since then. He comes back, he drops in class. It does look like the workouts have been pretty strong at Keeneland in preparation for this race. He could absolutely win, but the big question is here, Greg, at a short price with a horse you haven't seen for a year and maybe has a lot to prove, can you really trust him at a short price?
And obviously he's come back and shown, because even wasn't a huge figure, but showed ability in a maiden special weight.
Yeah.
Maybe not the same horse coming out of that race and back now as a 3-year-old than he was going into it. Brad Cox, we talked about Cyberknife. Zozos, I happened to be on the air when he was stretched out for the first time. I was wowed by that effort. 6 furlong sprint, wins in his debut, and then wins by 10+, going a mile and a 16th. And almost immediately after that, Brad Cox says, we're going to give this horse one shot to get into the Derby. He got in.
You know, Greg, of the 3 for Brad Cox, this is the one I like. I really think he's got a lot of talent. He's still so lightly raced, and that's the conversation. We'll talk about a horse like Taba, who is only making his start. Some of these horses like Charge It, who just have not had the seasoning experience that some of these others in the field have. But physically, I love everything from Zozos, which is interesting, being a colt by Munnings. He showed he could handle the mile in 3/16 last time, finishing 2nd behind Epicenter, and that allowance win at Oaklawn was sensational.
Thought this was going to potentially be the year of Munnings. Maybe the best 3-year-old's going to be on that undercard. Jack Christopher's back.
Yeah.
We will see.
Exciting to see him.
See if he's as good as he was since he went to the bench. He'll be fun to watch. Paulie, this 6th here at Churchill, we got the pick 4 coming up. What do you make of this Brad Cox runner?
Well, first of all, I'm really jealous because the set got a lot better looking over there where you guys are at. Keisha, good to be on with you again. Wolfie is you as well. This is a confusing race. And I'm with Acacia. If you look at the first start by Baby Quinn, it was a monstrous effort. Had to rush up into the race, gets to the top, and just gets run down late. Now, how many red flags can you see in here? a horse that they paid $140,000 for. Now they debut with Lasix in the second career start. They drop for 30, and then they put a bullet work on the page. Does it say sell me or not? It's very, very confusing in here. So that's why I went deep. I was 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 on my pick 5, and I'm going to land on the outside runner, the first-time starter for Juan Moquett. I just think when you look at a lot of these other runners, you can pick and choose and pick apart a lot of them. When I look at the 4 Lunar Rocket, I think the horse has got a big shot. I also think the 6 Joyful Candy, I get it. The horse ran for maiden 15, but it was the first time that he'd ever been on dirt. That time is not that slow for maiden 15s at Fairgrounds, and he was 5.5 lengths clear of the third-place finisher. Very confusing race. It's hard to take Baby Quinn, although when you look at the Will Pays, he's almost 3 to 5 in the Will Pays when it comes to the pick 3s. I don't know because then Brad Cox is by his name or not, but I'm going to take a chance with the first-time starter in a field that has a lot of question marks, guys.
All right, Paulie, good luck. And we talked about the other thing in here too with Baby Quinn. He showed speed in that debut. It seems like Stubborn Kind of Fella, the one, he was like a rocket ship out of the gate in his debut. It seems like they are going to go after each other.
He went right out to the front from an outside post in that debut at Keeneland, and even watching some of the preliminaries there, he seemed like he was really sharp throughout everything in preparing for that race. Showed some greenness on debut and ended up fading, but when they came into the top of the lane, he was right there as well. Stubborn Kind of Fella. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue on and build off of that effort, but he could make things interesting for Baby Quinn if we see him show speed once again.
We've gone all this time. We haven't even talked about the Steve Asmussen runner in here. That's the 2 Teo. One of the biggest droppers in the field, although the starts came at Sam Houston, they came at Oaklawn, but they were straight maidens. And now going to try sprinting for the first time.
And the horse that beat him last time at Oaklawn Park, Life is Hard, came back with an 86 Beyer speed figure to when he won again. So I think that he actually ran in a legit race at Oaklawn last time out. He struck me as the type of horse last time out that actually would benefit from less ground. He had an odd trip in that it was stopping and starting. Inside post, kind of hopped out a little bit. He was saving ground, faded, and then got off the rail and started to come back a little bit before he ended up flattening out. I thought that he was maybe the nice alternative to the favorite in here, but I like what Paulie said too about going with a first-time starter. Naval Officer physically on the track made a beautiful impression, and looks like he's well suited to going this 6 furlongs for Ron Moquett.
Yeah, that again, the 8, that first-time starter for Moquett. The Asmussen runner we were talking about, the 2 Teo, 5 to 1 on him, and he's a little cool on the board. He was 7 to 2 morning line, up to 5 to 1 here. We don't know what we're going to get from him sprinting or the off track. We'll find out. But should get a pace to run into, you would think.
I think the other question is, what do you get from the 4 Lunar Rocket? That was off of a bit of a layoff last time out. It was for Brad Cox. He's now first off the claim for a barn that is just 1 for 13 on the year. So just not as high profile as coming from the Brad Cox barn. But if he repeats that effort, he's a major contender.
Yeah, just in terms of pure Beyer speed figures, he has the biggest one in the field, and it was last time out. Ran a 68 at Keeneland. Off a bit of a layoff. And right now, 7 to 2 on Lunar Rocket. On a wet track at Churchill. Everyone, probably more than any other time of the year at any racetrack anywhere, is looking at the weather all week for Kentucky Derby and Oaks Day. And we are crossing our fingers for good weather. What I saw was 60% chance of rain on Saturday on Derby Day.
I know. I really hope that it clears up. I feel for everyone who has their Derby Day outfits picked out, and especially if you have a runner on that day, that you want to at least have fair conditions and have the best chance on a fast main track, on a firm turf course, whatever race you're running in for Oaks and Derby. Looking forward to this week. The racing is going to be great regardless. One thing we know is weather can't dampen the spirits of racing fans, and we hope that it's just an exciting, safe race for all, and that's what's most important at the end of the day. But you love having a beautiful day with sunshine on the first Saturday in May with my old Kentucky home playing.
6 to 5 favorite Baby Quinn. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, owned by Michael Dubbin, Matacat. Start number 2 and a big drop in class on this return off a long layoff since May of last year. Pick 4 starts here from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Joyful Candy comes out running. Baby Quinn flashing speed, so too Tio. Stubborn kind of fella down inside, races up with the leaders too. Down the back stretch they go. Tio is quickest, and Tio opens up to lead by a length. Baby Quinn on the outside is now second. Stubborn kind of fella pulled back off the pace into third. 4 lengths back, Naval Officer. Racing fourth, Joyful Candy is now fifth. Lunar Rocket in sixth. Officer Nick is seventh by 3. Legal's at the back and already 10 lengths off the lead. They whip onto the far turn. 21-1. A scorching opening quarter sent by Tio, hounded every step by Baby Quinn. These two are head-and-head round the far turn. They're 5 lengths ahead of Naval Officer in third. Lunar Rocket is revving up from the back, now fourth and picking it up. Joyful Candy follows that one, the rest with a lot to do. At the top of the stretch, Baby Quinn comes off the turn and takes charge and opens up. Tio has to fight back. These two, 1-2. Naval Officer third, trying to close in. And then it's Lunar Rocket in fourth. There's a furlong to go. Baby Quinn has opened up by 2.5 now. Tio tries to hold second. Naval Officer and Lunar Rocket, they are all chasing Baby Quinn. Baby Quinn under the wire to win it by 2.5 in the end. Naval Officer second, Lunar Rocket and Tio.
I don't think anyone expected Tio to be in front early in this race. Hadn't been close to a pace going longer. Joel Rosario trying to be aggressive here in the end. Baby Quinn, though, too good. Second time out the win, and I wonder if this one was claimed.
I wonder, too. As Paul mentioned before the race, it seemed like the for sale sign was out a little bit with Baby Quinn. Gets the win here today, and we did see at the break Stubborn Kind of Fella, who had the rail and seemed to be the main pace setter in here, didn't break very sharply, and I don't know if Joel Rosario, who was on the 2, Tio, saw that to his inside and said, let me take advantage of that, and ended up setting the pace. It certainly often pays off to be aggressive, but unfortunately had to face the likes of Baby Quinn, who was just the best in here today.
3-8-4, yeah, right out of the gate on the 2. Joel Rosario surprisingly jumping to the front and just blazing fast. 21-1 opening quarter.
Very quick. Not what you would expect from the 2, Tio. If it was the 1 or the 3 that was setting that kind of pace, it wouldn't be that unexpected, but to see Tio do that, usually you don't see those kinds of fractions set by a horse cutting back in distance who didn't show speed before.
Baby Quinn with the win here in the 6th at Churchill to kick off the late pick 4 on this Tuesday card from Churchill Downs. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. Prices for you. When we come back, we'll set the stage for the 7th as well. Stay with us.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing on a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. And a son of Run Happy going to be heading into the starting gate in this year's Kentucky Derby. Smile Happy started off sensational as a 2-year-old with 2 big wins, including that Kentucky Jockey Club for Kenny McPeak. 2 seconds as a 3-year-old.
He was so promising as a 2-year-old, and sometimes you wonder, can they take that next step forward as 3-year-olds? And he did just that, and I'm sure it's been really exciting for the connections of Run Happy to see him as a sire, not only with a horse on the Derby trail, but one that has really made a great account of himself. He hasn't done much wrong. He is one that tends to come from off of it, but he was second behind Epicenter and Zandon, who are, in many people's minds, the 2 main players in this Derby, and he wasn't far behind them.
Look at the field and where they're going to line up. Smile Happy, he will break from post 5. Zandon, who he's got to turn the tables on, to his outside in post 10. Epicenter, who he faced as well, is going to be down on the inside there in post 3.
And I think that'll be the key for Epicenter. He does have some early speed, and that'll be the key for Joel Rosario to get him into the game. You don't want to be stuck down on the rail and have a wave of horses coming over on you early on in the race. He's not one that tends to drop back, but he is versatile. For Epicenter, I don't really see the inside post as too much of a concern because we know that he can be forward if needed.
So if you don't want to go to the front, and that late change of Classic Causeway coming back into this race off that disappointing final prep ensures that there's going to be more pace in this race.
It certainly does, and Brian Lynch saying that Classic Causeway flipped his palate in that last race. For those not familiar with that, basically means it was restricting the horse's ability to get air, and it will excuse the poor performance last time out down in Florida after a quick turnaround too.
Back to that 6th at Churchill Downs. This kicked again off that pick 4, Baby Quinn, favorite Brad Cox. Florent Giroux able to sit off that incredibly hot pace set by Teo. And easy victory here. Florent Giroux hopping off your winner. The big drop from maiden special weight to maiden 30. And right here says so long to Teo.
Your best hops to drop, right? And a plot twist as far as how the pace did shake out in this 6th race, with Teo setting the pace under Joel Rosario. He was aggressive. He took the initiative. Florent Giroux and Baby Quinn just too good for these. A very green performance from the first-time starter, the number 8 Naval Officer. You see him there in the pink silks, reluctant to switch to that outside lead, but showed a little bit of interest first time out, finishing 2nd at 6-1.
Yeah, first-time starter to keep your eyes on next time out. Son of American Freedom for Juan Marquette, that 8. So 3-8-4 in the 6th. We move on to race 7. Derby distance coming up of 1.25 miles. Maiden special weight. And Jeeper, second start of his career, he was a not too distant second to Cyberknife.
Yeah, how about that? That was back at the fairgrounds in an allowance. He came back sprinting last time out, finishing 3rd, and he was closing pretty strongly. He'll stretch back out today and stretch out in a big way for sure.
He's interesting. Pioneering Spirit for Todd Pletcher. Flavian Pratt coming off a 2nd at a mile 16th at Keeneland. There's a few interesting ways to go in this race, but Jeeper obviously stands out with that race against Cyberknife. We're going to head back to Horseshoe, Indianapolis right now. 3rd race is next. And it's a 6-furlong sprint. Starter optional claiming race for state-bred runners. 8-5 favorite, Music to My Ears, who was trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, cool horse, huh? He was very consistent last year in 2021. Again, with that layoff, we haven't seen him since November. He comes back now to the races.
Hopped Up starts off our post-braid. 2 starts back, was beat a neck on Synthetic at Turfway.
I think he's a better sprinter. The cutback and distance should suit.
5-1 on Close the Case, a 7-year-old who ended his 6-year-old campaign with a win.
Close the Case also cutting back in distance, but it seems like he's maybe a touch better going longer.
Touch of Chili Pepper. The 4 went by, 7-year-old debut, and here's Wildcard Prado.
Another one cutting back in distance. He has some backlash of races that he's run last year going longer. You wonder if this is a prep.
12-time winner of the 5. 7-5 favorite. Here he is, 6-year-old son of Golden Sense. He's won 3 of his last 4.
8 wins out of 29 lifetime starts. You have to like a horse like this. He was very game to get up in time last time out.
Couple wins on an off track for him as well, so it shouldn't be an issue. And Seminole Justice on the outside at 5-1.
His lone win in 2021 was going 6 furlongs. It seems like they still don't really know what this horse is best at. He alternates going short and long as far as the distances are concerned.
You want to play this race or any of the action we show you? Triple Crown, Saratoga this summer, all of it. You can do so with NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started. That's the code for new members, Derby 25. Get a $25 Kentucky Derby free play and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. So 4-5 on this insanely in-form runner right now. He's won 3 of his last 4. He's a win machine. But you know, right next door to him, you got a horse who's won a lot of races as well. But the recency of Music to My Ears makes him difficult here. He's a short price, but we'll see it. Coming back now as a 6-year-old off the bench. We haven't seen him since November 1st.
And that is the question, too, with a lot of horses in this race who are coming off of that layoff from around November to December. I mean, Music to My Ears, you mentioned in the last race about a figure that stands out. I know he got plenty of pace to run at and a blistering fast pace sprinting back in September. He ran a 90 buyer speed figure for a $5,000 claimer. I don't think you see that very frequently, Greg. I think those 76, 79 that he ran on the starter allowance is more along the lines of what he is. Wildcard Prado overall has some stronger numbers, but again, those races have been going longer in those tough allowance races. Maybe he has a touch more class, but is this his best distance?
Yeah, that's the 5. He's 9-1 Wildcard Prado. 8-year-old now. I mentioned he was a 12-time winner. He beat Music to My Ears. But, as you said, he's better going longer, and that was going longer. There's a mile and 70 yards. He's 0 for 4, not just winning, 0 for 4 in the money, sprinting 6 furlongs.
Yeah, that's really, really tough to take. And as an 8-year-old now, and he had a long 2021. He didn't miss any race in the condition book that suited him and was very successful, too, winning 8 races in 2021. So you would think it's been a long season. They put him to the side, doing right by the horse after 2 poor performances in November, December. He comes back to the races now. Maybe this is just a stepping stone for some longer races down the line. I'm not sure. I didn't quite know what to make of him.
Maybe underneath the 7 a little interesting, Seminole Justice, but coming off the bench too. But he's got some good races, and sprinting seems very capable.
He did. He ran a good race sprinting 2 starts back. That horse came back to win again. The long, short races on and off make it a little tricky, but if you sift through and just look at the sprint races, I think he's a huge contender.
Odds-on favorite, the 6, Music to My Ears, trying to win his 6-year-old debut and his 3rd in a row. Let's go to John Dooley.
Coming up with Joseph Ramos, here's Music to My Ears. Stand by, one more. Jose Riquelme with Seminole Justice making a 6-year-old seasonal bow. At 6 furlongs. Start to the Straight Fire 6. This Indiana-bred sprint all in line. And they're off. Wildcard Prado broke sharp. There's Taste of Chili Pepper flashing good speed at long odds, and Seminole Justice starts a bit on the outside. But it's Taste of Chili Pepper who's dashed to the front for Joshua Morales. It's Taste of Chili Pepper, joined on the outside by Seminole Justice. Close the case, a close third with a white cap for the run to the half-mile pole. Wildcard Prado broke sharp, now 4th between horses. Music to My Ears, the black cap looking to launch a bit on the far outside, and a break of 4 more to Hopped Up, who trails the Sextet in back of an opening quarter. In 22.67 seconds, they round the far turn. It's Seminole Justice as Music to My Ears starts to gain ground on the outside now, coming toward the quarter pole. Wildcard Prado between horses, Taste of Chili Pepper at 19-1 has dropped back after flashing speed. Hopped Up on the far outside, and in between horses, Close the Case. They straighten for home. It's Music to My Ears. Toward the inside is Wildcard Prado, half mile 46.02. And Seminole Justice battles hard in between horses. They come down toward the final 16th. And toward the inside for Sammy Bermudez. It's Wildcard Prado, Music to My Ears. Wildcard Prado, Music to My Ears. Wildcard Prado. Wildcard Prado. Photo finish with Music to My Ears. Then Seminole Justice hopped up. Next across was Close the Case, and Taste of Chili Pepper was last hope.
Looked like Wildcard Prado may have sprung the upset here. This gets tight late. If he did, it's a big surprise.
It is, and I'm not sure, Greg. My first inclination was that the number 5 Wildcard Prado did hold on inside. I don't watch enough races at Indy to say that he got the photo for sure, but 10-1 over 3-5, if that's the case. As it was the number 5 Wildcard Prado, but the 6 Music to My Ears, he's a grinder. And I think we also saw sometimes class just prevails on the horse that had just been keeping better company, running in tougher races, and Wildcard Prado got the job done today.
10-1 upset in that third at Horseshoe Indy. We're going to go through those prices when we come back. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, he's got a trio of runners. Mo Donegal, Wood winner, has to deal with the inside post. The improving Charge It is very intriguing. And Pioneer of Medina, probably sick of seeing Epicenter. He's going to make an equipment change to try and turn the tables. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run.
Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run. It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. We have an update for you back at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Actually, a dead heat. 5 and the 6 crossed the wire at the exact same time. Wildcard Prado and Music to My Ears.
That's amazing. It looked like a very tight photo finish, but looks like the 5 Wildcard Prado might have got the bob. Closing late was the 6 Music to My Ears. 2 very, very tough geldings, a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old, who are just both as consistent as they come.
Hurts your number on both sides. 680 on the win for Wildcard
Really?
Prado. 240 Music to My Ears. Wow. I mean, good for Music to My Ears to battle back in that situation. 9th win for Music to My Ears. 13th lifetime for Wildcard Prado. Back at Churchill Downs. Todd Pletcher, 59 career starters in the Kentucky Derby. He's done a lot of work in that race.
Yeah.
Two-time winner of that event, of course. Super Saver, always dreaming. And he's won with a horse who was a post-time favorite. He has a horse in Mo Donegal who's going to be on the rail, who's won from the rail before, although it was not a 20-horse field that day.
No, absolutely. But he is one that's a pretty deep closer. Irad Ortiz is going to need to be able to weave through traffic with him or make one big run, as we saw Joel Rosario taking the inside route with Mo Donegal last time out in the Wood Memorial. He seems like the type of horse that is a little bit tricky to ride, that you need a lot of strength to propel him. Don't move too early with him. Keep him engaged. Keep after him. That strength of Joel Rosario finishing in full display in the Wood, able to catch early voting that day. But Irad Ortiz knows this horse well. He won the Remsen on him too, and will pick up the mount. This is a horse that really hasn't done much wrong, really hurt in the Holy Bull 2 starts back by that first finish line in the short stretch.
I give him so much extra credit for that win in the Wood, because early voting had that race all to himself on the front end, and be able to run him down. And talking to Richard Migliori, he loved Mo Donegal in that race because for the first time he saw from him that he wasn't so difficult to ride, and that his rider, Joel Rosario, that day was able to do what he wanted with him. So he sees potentially here a maturing horse.
And I think that that's the key right now, this time of year. You see horses progressing, taking steps forward. As 3-year-olds, they start to kind of sift themselves out. The cream rises to the top, so to speak. Mo Donegal to the inside. It's interesting. I was kind of looking through stats, and I thought it was interesting that it's actually post position 1, the third most productive post position with 8 winners, but the last one to do it in the Kentucky Derby from post position 1 was Ferdinand in 1986.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of those very different race than the 20
very
we have
different,
lining
very
up.
different, yeah.
But still, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. We'll see. Of Pletcher's 3, I'm sure Mo Donegal obviously is probably the one most think is the most logical of those 3. But do you downgrade him now, being down on the inside?
No, because he is a closer. I do think it's going to be tough because, again, you have horses that are going to be shifting over to try to get some inside position, try to save ground, especially from those outermost posts. It's almost like a wave of horses coming over on the ones that are posted down to the rail. This is a horse, Mo Donegal, that typically would come from it all anyway. So it's not going to change his tactics or his running style. Yes, he seems to be the most logical of Pletcher's 3, but I've loved Charge It all along.
Yeah.
I've always thought he's a really talented horse. Yes, he's lightly raced, but he's another one that I think is maturing too. Actually was my pick in the Florida Derby.
Yeah, we're going to get to him in a second. Just to wrap it up on Mo Donegal, in a way, he's already where he wants to be to try and save some ground.
It's true.
So we'll see what kind of trip that Irad Ortiz Jr. can try and work out. Todd Pletcher's going to send out a couple in this race coming up, the 7th at Churchill here at 1.25 miles. And this new starting gate, it used to be, I actually tweeted out a picture earlier today, post 1, you were actually like underneath the rail. You had to work your way out to the right to even get onto the racetrack. It's not that way anymore. You actually have some cushion down to that fence now from post 1.
No, this change that they made to the starting gate was one of the best decisions, as you do have the opportunity, as you mentioned, from post position 1 to get into a good position, and there's no more auxiliary gate, so those horses that were in the middle don't get sawed off with other ones trying to come over.
Here is Consulate, part of an entry, Jack Sisterson, Calumet Farm.
This is a horse that certainly wants some distance. He had a little trouble at Gulfstream going 9 furlongs, 2 starts back, but not that much for me to think he's a player here.
He'll break from post 5. His entry mate will break from post 6. Jeeper, again, that runner-up to Cyberknife.
Stretching out in distance, of course, that performance behind Cyberknife certainly sticks out on his form.
This horse gets the rail for Al Stall and gets on dirt for the first time.
Beautiful looking son of Run Happy. There is some turf on the bottom side, but given that he's by Run Happy, you'd think dirt would suit.
12th start for Scattershack, Dale Romans.
Ran well last time, but for maiden 50 as he steps back up.
There's Cryptic Code.
Another one stepping back up in class, just didn't seem fast enough.
One of the Pletchers, Pioneering Spirit, Even Money.
He's never really going to be one that wows you on the track, but he is one that does close late. He's done that in his last couple. Is he one that will be able to take that step forward and break through today, though?
Even Money, wow.
Yeah.
Curbstone, Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez.
A lot of turf pedigree. I do wonder about the switch to dirt, but we'll talk more about the surface in a moment.
Deputy Connect, he was just third against a horse who came back and run second in the Oaklawn Stakes.
Beaten as a very short price that day, though, and he seemed like he was a little headstrong in that effort last time, too. Maybe he'll settle more today.
23-1, one more. Baby went by, and here is gate runner Todd Pletcher. He was a favorite in his debut at Gulfstream, hit the gate, and from there it went from bad to worse.
And the winner wired the field that day. I did not like him at all as the favorite in that race at Gulfstream. My notes that day were that he was very big, especially for a son of Arrogate, wants more distance. The works all say longer. So that's what he gets today.
As for Pioneering Spirit, I mean, horse is logical,
Yeah.
but to make this horse even money,
Yeah, and
seems
look,
strange.
it makes sense. He's run well, but the last 3 races, he's just missed. And those are the tough kind of horses for me to trust. Last time out, he was actually hustled out a bit from the outside post to get into some position under Flavien Prat, as it was a short stretch there at the first finish line at Keeneland. He was closing really well in the center of the track. But again, he finished second that day. He was beaten 3/4 of a length as the favorite to be fourth at Gulfstream 2 starts back. Second at Fairgrounds prior to that. Is he going to be able to deliver at a short price?
you see that last race. Love the way he was finishing on the sloppy going. He's going to get a sloppy racetrack today. Of course, no 2 sloppy racetracks are the same. That was Keeneland. This is Churchill, and it's a different day. 7th opportunity for now the 6-5 favorite. And there's the other Pletcher horse. So had that problems right from the outset when he hit the gate in his debut.
He did. He was a little sluggish out of the gate, and he kind of leaned onto the starting gate as well, which really inhibited him from there. Again, the winner, Mendenhall, wired the field that day. I love him stretching out. He's a half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner Engage, who was not one that wanted to go 1.25 miles, but the physicality of Gate Runner and his demeanor is he's a lot more alert on the track versus what I saw from him in his debut. I like him of the 2 Pletcher going longer, and you're getting a nicer price.
Well, let's keep with our Todd Pletcher theme. Again, we told you he's got 3 going in the Kentucky Derby, and maybe one of those with the most upside of anybody in that race is Charge It, who's going to be making just his 4th career start. With more, let's go to Frank Lyons and Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, guys, and the interesting part about this is Tapit has not won a Kentucky Derby. We know that he's won a ton of Belmonts, but he has not got that Derby out of the way. But the mare I'll take charge, was a runner. I have an Indian Charlie mare. An interesting sort for Todd.
Well, this horse is definitely good enough to win. I mean, this is in a race that any horse can win. Charge is definitely a horse that can win. Yeah. He was running at the end of the Florida Derby, and people saw he was green as grass coming through the stretch. So we learned from that. Now he's had 3 starts, not exactly the perfect way you'd want to come into the Derby with just 3 starts, but you know, Justified did it, and if he's that type of horse, he can certainly get the money. And I love the way he's training. I love the way he worked. And I can't say anything bad about him.
No, and you're going to get Luis Saez aboard, so you're going to be forwardly placed in the front flight. So we'll see what he's sort of made of, if he can rate or he can maybe get to the front end. It's sort of confusing on where the speed's going to come from. Are people going to go? But I would think Charge It is going to be forwardly placed.
Well, definitely. If he breaks, and he's a big horse, you know. So I mean, he won't want to break a step slow. He'll want to break forwardly and get position going into the first. So that's so important that you got to get position going into the first turn. That's as important as any part of this race.
Okay, now the last horse that draw was the Pioneer horse for Todd Pletcher. Is he a sneaky draw in 20-1, or is he a toss?
I mean, like, he was well handled by Epicenter in his last 2 races, and he's got like 4 or 5 lengths to make up an Epicenter. It's not impossible at 1.25 miles. He does look like he's going to stay 1.25 miles. He's by Pioneer of the Nile, trained by Todd Pletcher. Who would you prefer to have over Todd Pletcher?
I agree.
You know, so he's another horse that was, you know, a sneaky long shot.
Yeah. And obviously the last one, Mo Donegal, does not get the best position as well. No. I kind of think he's one of the outsiders.
Well, you know, I would be slightly upset that I drew the 1-hole, even though he comes from dead last.
Yeah.
They say that's a perfect draw because he can save ground. You still have to come around so many horses in the Derby, and I don't like the Wood as preparation. I love the Wood, but not this year's Wood. I don't think those horses can. I'm not saying they can't win.
Yeah.
They're up against it.
They're up against it a little bit. Now, to get to this race, guys, we're about, 2 minutes to race number 7 here. And, we were going over this race. Another tough little race. Obviously, the Todd Pletcher horse taking a lot of money here. The horse
I think he's been overbet.
I think he's tiny bit been overbet, but if you are a sheet player, he is the sheet horse in here. I think the 1A for me is the horse to beat.
Well, Jeeper, he'll probably get the lead in this race, and that's the place to be. Jeeper came off the layoff. He was checked in the backstretch last time out. He was dead last, so I'm not sure if he didn't break that well or whatever, but he'll break better today, and he's going to be up on the lead. The favourite is, American Pharaoh. That come over from Jessica Harrington's.
Yeah.
Jessica Harrington doesn't give away anything.
Yes.
You're right. She's a great trainer. And the horse finished second to Creative Minister last time out. That was a horse that was a sneaky, a kind of a whispering horse down at Gulfstream.
Yeah.
When he ran first time out, they said he'd win. He ran second. Then he came back to win at Keeneland. He's trained by Kenny McPeak. He's a very nice horse. But to be honest with you, I like the 7. Deputy Connect.
Okay.
He's being handled by Rudy Brissett's horses, Kuchar, who came back to be second in the Oaklawn, that Oaklawn mile or whatever it is. Yeah. And then he was second to We the People before that. We the People is trained by Rudy Brissett, as is Kuchar. But Rudy Brissett says that We the People is the best horse he's ever trained.
That's pretty crazy. I like the 6 a tiny bit for Brendan Walsh, thinking that this horse might get to the front end and keep on going. But we both, off the air, said, we better take a look at this 9 horse for Todd Pletcher.
I know.
$550,000 Arrowgate. Looks tremendous on the racetrack.
He looked tremendous. He went off at an 8-5 favorite first time out, and as we see with so many, Secretariat,
Yeah.
American Pharaoh, Arrogate, they all got beat first time out.
Yeah.
So let's see. Just we need to see some improvement, obviously.
And guys, Greg, I remember you just texted me. The 3 did get claimed in the last race. If we go into the Gennaro Garcia barn, he outshook Mike Maker.
Very interesting. Yeah, that was back in race 6. That Baby Quinn, who was with Brad Cox. Thank you, Paulie, for that. Set for this 1.25 mile. Maiden special weight from Churchill. 1 left to load. Travis Stowe in the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for Pioneering Spirit toward the outside. One More Baby was away well. Curbstone is also there. Jeepers up close too. Consulate's in behind them, and Gate Runner on the far outside. Bias for the first time, and it's Curbstone who comes on to put a nose in front. Curbstone opens up now by half a length. Now make it a length under the line for the first time. Jeepers running in second. One More Baby is third. Consulate advancing up into fourth. Gate Runner 4 wide while fifth. And then it's Madison Loves Duke down toward the inside, racing in 6th. Pioneering Spirit broke on top, but is back into 7th alongside a Deputy Connect, who is 8th. And it's 7 or 8 lengths back to Scatter Shack and the trailing Cryptic Code, who's already about 12 lengths off the lead. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Curbstone in front by a length. One More Baby is stalking intently from second. Jeeper is tucked away toward the inside, saving ground while third. Gate Runner's in the clear from 4th. Consulates between horses advancing up from 5th. Madison Loves Duke right along 6th and toward the inside. Pioneering Spirit off the rail running in 7th. Inside a Deputy Connect, who's 8th. Now it's 10 lengths back to Scatter Shack and 8 more back to Cryptic Code. Opening quarter 23 and 3. Opening half 48 and 2. 4 furlongs to go. And it's Curbstone hitting the far turn run. One More Baby's asked to pick it up. Jeeper comes through toward the inside, third and now second. And Gate Runner's revving up with a 3 or 4 wide bid now. Consulate is also right there. Madison Loves Duke is buried down toward the rail. Pioneering Spirit's been moved outside and is starting to go past horses. 4 lengths to make up there. Farther back, Scatter Shack is picking it up too. Coming for the top of the stretch. Curbstone in front by 2. Jeeper down inside. Gate Runner. Pioneering Spirit with a 5 wide sweep off the turn. At the top of the stretch, it's Curbstone to catch. Curbstone still clear by 2. Jeeper fights on toward the rail. Pioneering Spirit, Gate Runner is there. And then it's Consulate with 1 furlong to go. Curbstone keeps on going. Curbstone opens up by 5 and will take this field wire to wire. Curbstone under the line, 4 lengths in the end. Jeeper second, Gate Runner third, Pioneering Spirit was fourth.
Curbstone, only time we saw this horse on the dirt, it was a race taken off the turf at Keeneland. Tried to wire a field, was a runner-up this time, finishes the deal.
He did, and he was put right on the lead by Luis Saez, too, and I think that was the key. He did not run well in those 2 starts at Gulfstream when he didn't show his typical early speed. And when I saw him back in January, he was very sharp. He looked like the type that should be forwardly placed and just wasn't that day. I'm not sure if it was by design or something happened, but he set the pace in here today. And as we heard Paul and Frank mentioning that he was a bit of an interesting one because on the bottom side, Greg, he is bred for turf, but as we've kind of seen sometimes, horses that are maybe geared more towards turf do tend to get over this Churchill Downs track a little bit better. It is a bit of a bouncier type of track, and certainly he showed that he could handle it.
I believe 11-1, homebred for Patricia Mosley, Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez, and a price here at Churchill in the 7th. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Features still to come. More from Horseshoe Indianapolis as well, and plenty more to talk about the Kentucky Derby when we return on America's Day at the Races here on FS2.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday afternoon, Kentucky Derby week. Under the Twin Spires and Curbstone, going the Derby distance of 1.25 miles on the front end at 11-1.
If you're curious as to where the starting gate was going to be positioned or wanted to get another look, see if horses coming out from the Kentucky Derby starting gate, you got a nice little preview of it here in this 1.25 mile race, and a nice performance going wire to wire with Curbstone at a very generous price of $24.20.
Messier has post 6 on Saturday.
All right, I'll take note. I'll take note.
Saez, Brandon Walsh, Patricia Mosley, owned and bred. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, Gregor, I'm with the winning jockey, Luis Saez. on Curbstone. Was the plan all along to get to the front end, Louis?
Yes, definitely. It was a plan. I rode it before in Belmont, so he was in the lead that day. We just got beat by a nose, and today that's what we tried to do, take the lead, and with a track like this, and we thought we were going to get there, and well, he did the job done, so it was a great.
He's a big, long Scopy coat, right? So looks like he can run all day.
All day. Trust me, he passed the wire, he want to keep going, so he run all day.
Well, I can't let you go without ask you about your mount in the Derby. How's Charger doing?
Oh, he's doing amazing. Last time, the last 2 times we working, he's doing fantastic. So last work, it was amazing. I got plenty horse, so well, in that race, I know it's a pretty tough race, but anything can happen, and I'm pretty love my horse, and we cross finger in him.
Obviously, you want to break clean. Where do you think you can sit in the race?
Well, we're going to try to break running from there and see the first turn where we are. You never know. Maybe we're going to be 1 or 2. So let's try to break running from there and find a good spot.
Well, good luck and stay healthy, and good luck in the 148th Kentucky Derby.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez, guys.
Paulie, thanks. That's a rider that is successful because of how aggressive he is. So you would expect him to run out of that gate and trying to be near the front end. Todd Pletcher, I don't know if he thought he was going to win that race if he stayed straight the Florida Derby, but he certainly thought the margin would be a lot closer than it was.
Certainly. I mean, you look at the Florida Derby and Charge It, how green he was, how he was lugging in, swapping his leads in the stretch, and then you had a horse that just had a better trip and was a lot more professional in White Barrio, who's unfazed by everything. But pretty cool to hear Luis Saez and how excited he is about his chances with Charge It and having a chance to work that horse leading into the Kentucky Derby. For him, having crossed the wire first a couple years ago and been disqualified, I'm sure a win in the Derby would be extra sweet.
It's been a bizarre few years.
Yes, it has.
In the Kentucky Derby. 4th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. An allowance race. State-bred runners who have never won 3 on the sloppy going here. You can play this race, the Derby, the Oaks, all of it with NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started, get a $25 free Derby bet and a $200 deposit match at sign up with that code right there, Derby25 for new members. Download the app or go right there at nyrabets.com. This 4th 5-furlong sprint here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and 8-5 Acacia on Poetic Verse, the 9, who comes in 2 for 2. And quite a lot of time between those 2 starts.
Yeah, he broke his maiden against State-bred Company impressively on debut. We didn't see him again from June until April when he came back and won an allowance nicely in that last start. Now, it was interesting because he didn't break great. He kind of broke inward and hit his foe next door to him, but then was hustled up into contention by Eduardo Perez, his regular rider, who will be aboard again today, and was just always the best. Typically, that's the type of trip that takes a lot out of a horse, and I wonder, with some tougher runners in here, some other speed, if he's going to be able to pull that again.
You like the way that you see those 2 wins, and favored in both as well for Poetic Verse, but did it on the front end and then was able to sit and stalk in that first try against Winners. So showed some versatility.
He certainly did. And as I mentioned, he was very keen, his rider, on making sure he wasn't too far off of it. He was right in that catbird seat outside of the pace setter last time out.
DD 730, the 3, taking money as well. 2 for 12 lifetime. This will be her 5-year-old debut.
Flattered by Shandana, who we just saw win in race number 2. She faced that horse last time out.
But Poetic Verse, she is the one to beat, trying to make it a perfect 3 for 3 to begin her career. Here's the 4th from Horseshoe Indianapolis. John Dooley, the call.
McKenna Anderson, Found My Man is in. Eddie Perez with Poetic Verse coming up at 5 furlongs. Fourth of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. One more. Josh Morales with 30 Dancer. Good luck if you have a pick 5 bet on. They're all in line. They're off. Racing 5 furlongs. Summer Home broke sharp. On the outside, Poetic Verse with an early bid, and toward the inside is Lil Evie. Right there showing early speed with in between horses DD 730, and in tight quarters is Found My Man as they scramble for position. It's Poetic Verse. So Poetic Verse leads as they enter the far turn from on the outside. Smooth Justice now with a bid. Lil Evie through into third has the white cap. Summer Home in fourth, midpoint on the turn with on the outside. Flirty Dancer running in fifth. Then it's a break of 5 more to Found My Man, followed out wide. Looking to gain ground is Elusive Justice. From toward the inside, dropping back was DD 730, and Incredible Justice trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter was 22.28, 1 furlong to go. It's Smooth Justice, Poetic Verse the rail, and these two battle for it past the 16th, while coming 3 clear from Lil Evie, and then on the outside 30 Dancer, they're close to home. It's Poetic Verse for Eddie Perez. Poetic Verse gets the result. In front was Smooth Justice, who gets the result from Poetic Verse. Then Lil Evie next across was Incredible Justice with 30 Dancer.
Smooth Justice making her 4-year-old debut. She gets the better of Poetic Verse and hands that one the first loss of her career.
Big improvement for sure. She did run a very fast race on a wet track 2 starts back, and there is some moisture in the ground today. Filly by Upstart Stallion, who's just on top of the world, with some favorites in both the Oaks and Derby, represented by Kathleen O and Zandon. He has a 4-year-old filly find the winner's circle here today.
8-9-2 finish. Smooth Justice with the 3rd win of her career. And yes, speaking of Upstart, Flavian Pratt will be on board, the son of Upstart, for Chad Brown and Jeff Drown. Zandon, Grade 1 Bluegrass winner. It's been turning heads in the morning, and it's going to be one of your top 2 choices on Derby Day. We'll preview his chances next.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Proud 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Kentucky Derby week. Proud to be bringing you live coverage from Churchill Downs under the Twin Spires and previewing a lot of these runners we're going to see on Kentucky Derby Day. 20 will line up in Epicenter. Zandon, they are taking the majority, or you would think they would take the majority of the money in terms of vying for the role of favorite on Derby Day. As we take a look at the morning line, Zandon 3-1 morning line on our Kentucky Derby spotlight. Chad Brown looking for that first Kentucky Derby win of his career, and it's seemingly coming to this race with the best chance he's ever had.
Oh, absolutely. And what a huge effort we saw from him in the Bluegrass. Now, he was more forwardly placed in the Remsen when he was second by a nose to Mo Donegal. It seems like we've seen some improvement from Zandon since then, but he's come from very far back in his last 2 races, and that will certainly be a bit of a question. Will he be able to run down this field, weave through traffic? Flavien Prat got to know him, piloted him to victory in that Grade 1 Bluegrass last time out, as Flavien certainly teaming up for a lot of big races with Chad Brown now. This is a gorgeous son of Upstart that has really turned a lot of heads, training in the morning leading up to the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and back to what you were saying, especially with that running style, he could be the best horse on Derby Day and still not win that race if he doesn't get a trip. Morning works, though, he has been sensational. What has stood out about him in the morning?
He's such a beautiful mover. He's an efficient mover, truly. You could see that. Look at how the rider is motionless with him, and the way that he covers the ground, kind of skipping over the surface. This is everything that you want to see from a horse. Upstart himself, I always remember loving him on the racetrack because he was such a stunning individual in the way that he moved, and he's really passed that on to his progeny. You never see any effort put forth. Of course, there's effort, of course, from the exercise rider, but not to keep him going. He's doing it really well within himself, and Zandon just looking a picture in everything that he's done going into this Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, those hands by the rider, motionless. He has been one of the most impressive. There's been a lot of good workers in the morning, and there should be. These are very nice horses.
Yeah.
But he's been the one that consistently has been turning the most heads, it seems. Grade 1 winner of the Bluegrass. Probably should have won that Remsen as a 2-year-old. Many thought Mo Donegal should have been disqualified. But he is, too, from start to start to start, he has progressed every single time out.
I think that's the key, too, Greg, that he's continued to progress. You want to see improvement this time of year, especially for these 3-year-olds. These are still young horses. They're still lightly raced. Sometimes you will see horses run in the Kentucky Derby. Whitmore, prime example, they go on to be star sprinters, maybe turf horses, something else. You want to take a shot at a race like this. So you want that consistency, or at least that's something I'd be looking for. You've seen progression and consistency throughout from Zandon.
You know what came out of this race, turned out to be a pretty good sprinter?
Who's that?
Whitmore.
Love him.
Was in the Kentucky
Reminding
Derby.
everybody, I know.
Wound up
But
being
it
a
is
sprinter.
amazing, isn't
Yeah,
it, that he ran in the Derby and then became a champion sprinter.
Yep. A lot of these names, you wind up hearing in different divisions down the line. We still have the 8th coming up next at Churchill. Was scheduled for the grass, so a lot of changes with it coming off. Don't forget what we have coming up later this week, Kentucky Derby preview show. 6 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. You heard who's going to be on this show?
I have not.
I haven't
Are
either.
you? Lafitte, Andy, and Richard Migliori.
All right, we look forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maggie Wolf and Del Paladuca will be live from Churchill.
We got the whole team out in full force this week.
Do not miss it. Don't play the Derby without watching it. 8th race was meant to be on the grass. Of course, it's come off, so a ton of changes in here. And with that, this nighttime, I would be shocked if this horse goes off at 4 to 5. I think we're going to see much shorter.
I think so, too. I mean, I know that he's not necessarily a winning type. He's had 11 starts with 2 seconds and 4 thirds. We haven't seen him since August. Yes, there are questions. But prior to that, he was second behind Bo Liam and then beaten a nose behind Aloha West, who would go on to win again after that and then win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So class-wise, he's one that jumps off the page for you.
Without question, Luis Saez will be aboard. 8 minutes to post. And that 8th from Churchill coming up. Back at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. It's official. They were looking at this for a little while, but I guess no change in the end. Smooth Justice, $21.20 for the win. Trained by Randy Klopp. 3 wins from 7 starts.
Pulling an upset. Yeah, another one for Upstart. It really is amazing. Pulling an upset over your even money favorite, Poetic Verse, who gets the first defeat of her career, but first off the layoff was a win for Smooth Justice.
All right, let's head back to Churchill Downs. And here's a look at Coltonator. Coltonator 5 to 1 on the board. Has faced Nighttime, has faced Verb. Those are the two main players near the 11 and 12. And has some ground to make up against those two.
And I think the thing is that this horse ran on the turf last time out in January at the fairgrounds, but prior to that was largely a dirt horse. In fact, all of his wins have come on the main track. So with this race coming off the grass, you're not so concerned about it with a horse like Coltonator for Greg Foley, as this one is bred to be a dirt sprinter. That's what he was doing prior. Unfortunately, it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle.
Remaining half of the entry going by, huge price. I mean, you look outside, too. Verb, obviously Nighttime, major play. You talked about Bo Liam. We thought, and he was a distant second to Bo Liam, Nighttime, the 11, thought he was going to be a superstar. I mean, 2 starts at Saratoga last summer, 106, 107 buyers. Then they tried him going a little longer, and he was second in the ACAC, and that was the end of his career. But, I mean, a horse who was just, he was one of the stories of Saratoga late in the meet.
He was jaw-dropping in those 2 efforts that we saw from him. Really, really impressive. And so you do have to raise the question, is Nighttime the type of horse who is going to be elevated as far as being a main track only coming in here, having faced those really tough horses? Is he one that just kind of runs to his competition? I think that's a fair question because, again, he's not really a winning type. Class-wise, layoff aside, the numbers that he's been running, he is a big standout in here, and he does get Joel Rosario.
I give him a little break. Not just Bo Liam, Aloha West. Answer In, he was second to. Answer In had beat Aloha West earlier in the year. Bango, who's one of not the top tier sprinters, but probably below that top tier. He's really, really good. I mean, he's just faced tons better company. He's been just unfortunate who he's gone up against.
Even Cost Basis is pretty good who he beat in those last couple of races at Saratoga. So, yeah, he's certainly the one to beat in here. And I found it a little tough to go against him in this spot, though unfortunately you're going to have to take a short price.
Well, the last time he was at Churchill, we'll say this, Coltonator was only a nose behind him. Coltonator's 5-1 right now. It was off the bench for Nighttime. So it did have that excuse. But Saez, I believe he's on Nighttime, right?
He's on Coltonator, I believe.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, I believe.
All right, we'll get that sorted out. Renee Diaz on the 1-8, 17-1.
This one, Jammer's Justice, he's stepping up in class. This will be a big class test for him today.
Here's On Your Mark, Brian Hernandez Jr.
He's the other one for Greg Foley. Does have some dirt races, but all of his recent best races have come on grass.
Yeah, Rosario on Nighttime.
Yes.
Here's the 9, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, Luis Saez on Coltonator, Ricardo Santana on the 9. Thanks, Mr. Edson. First time for Brian Lynch. More turf, you would think.
Here is Joel, 4-5 favorite, and the main track only entrant Nighttime.
And Luis Saez did ride this horse the last couple starts, so he sticks with Coltonator if that's what you are wondering as far as musical jockeys. But Joel Rosario certainly very capable.
And here is Verb, 2-time winner from 21 career starts. He's had some good efforts in his career.
Faced Isolate 2 starts back at the fairground sprinting on the main track. The turf race last time was disappointing. Another one who has more in-the-money finishes versus wins.
5 seconds, 8 thirds, over $220,000 in earnings in his career. You want to play this 8th from Churchill. Go to Twin Spires, and if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd, you'll get your money back all week long on every eligible race at the track, including the Kentucky Derby. You do have to opt in, and it is available to new and existing players at Twin Spires. Let's go live to Louisville. Paul LaDuca, Frank Lyons.
Thanks, Wolfie. I don't have my phone book to stand on, so I could be as even height as Frank over here. But Frank, look, when you look at this race, if the 11 is ready and fit with the company lines, he's going to be a bear to beat.
He's going to be a bear to beat, except he's coming from a long layoff. He hasn't been seen since the 29th of March of 2021. And he doesn't really love to win races. You know, he's two wins from 11 starts. So he's 4-5. I mean, he's a deserving favorite. He finished 2nd, beating a nose to Aloha West, who won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So an obvious favorite, but I think I like the outside horse, the 12 horse, Verb, for Calumet Farms and Keith Desormeaux. This horse doesn't necessarily like to win races either. He's just 2 for 21, but he has a win here at Churchill from 8 starts, a second, 3/3, over 116,000 of his 221,000 earned here at Churchill. I'm going to go for Verb for the upset.
I'm kind of with you. Keith Desormeaux is very, very sharp. I think he gave him that maybe turf race just to give him a little fitness. Let's go to the 9 horse, because I think a lot of people are thinking, okay, we got a Brian Lynch. We also got this horse that's got some California speed. If you don't know Jeff Bondi, he instills speeds into his horses. I would think the 9's going to be rocketing out of there.
And so who's aboard? Ricardo Santana, who's also a Send rider. So Brian Lynch has one thing on his mind. That's to get the lead with thanks Mr. Edison. And it's his first start, but I know I've been in the Brian Lynch barn a lot. I've been watching this horse work a lot. This horse is working very well.
Yeah. So we got this race 11, 12, 9. Frank and I both don't like the 4, so the 4 will probably be in the winner's circle.
Yes, indeed.
We will see how it plays out coming up. The 4, 7-2 right now. That's on your mark for Greg Foley with Brian Hernandez Jr., but even money and easy to see why on the main track only nighttime.
Yeah, not only was he a horse that faced such good competition last year, Greg, but this is a race that's coming off the turf, and you have one that was intended to run on the main track. You have 2, in fact, in nighttime and Verb. But sometimes that is really an important point to focus on as well, and that nighttime is a dirt horse. Some of these others may be able to run okay on the main track at Churchill, but maybe were intended more so for turf. I think that's the question with a horse like the 9, thanks Mr. Eidson, as he has won on the main track on a fast dirt track before, but he's off of a layoff. Yes, he has the speed. He's making his first start for Brian Lynch. Is Brian just saying, okay, he's run fine on the dirt before, the race is off the turf, let's get a race into him and put him back on the grass next time?
The 11, the 12, main track onlys. They're taking the majority of the money, but mainly that 11. The question with the 11, though, I guess, is coming here in off the bench. He's run okay off the bench before, but are you concerned now as a 5-year-old? Here on an off track as well?
It's always a concern. He did last year. He had a layoff from November to June, and he came back and finished second behind Answer In, who you were talking about, and is very, very talented as well, and then went on to some bigger efforts in Saratoga. I've seen a lot of development from this horse. I haven't seen him too much, but the few times that I have in New York, he's mentally come a long way, and you saw that in those 2 races in Saratoga. He was way more focused. He was carrying a lot of really good weight to him. Also, from my notes, I noticed that he had a turf hoof, and he did run once on the turf at Kentucky Downs, that flatter type of hoof. Sometimes that type of physicality actually handles a wet track like this at Churchill quite well. So that could be another feather in his cap. Of course, I'm not there, but to my eye, he looks relatively fit. He's always been a really round type of horse, and he is a 5-year-old now. So the layoff is the question, yes, but maybe he's just the best in the field.
Right now, that rider, life is good for Joel Rosario. Coming off the first Eclipse Award of his career is outstanding rider. He's going to be on likely the Derby favorite on Saturday, Epicenter. What a great connection that's been to riding for Steve Asmussen and sort of becoming his main guy, too, at that Oaklawn meet.
He has. I mean, you saw them team up together with the likes of Jackie's Warrior, who was absolutely sensational. And now we've seen Joel Rosario taking a lot of the main mounts for Steve Asmussen. So you have a powerhouse, super talented rider and a powerhouse racing operation, and it's just a deadly combination together. Really incredible. Yes, Joel was crowned champion jockey for 2021, but you look at the travel that he did in order to do that, and it was unfortunate as he got hurt at the end of the year chasing a milestone for the number of stakes wins and a record set, and wasn't able to achieve that. But everything that he achieved was not without a lot of travel, hustling to find the horse at the right kind of track and take every mount possible.
Yeah, he was chasing stakes wins, graded stakes wins, and earn all of it.
Yeah.
And he had a great chance to really break all 3, but that was going to require packing in a lot more travel for the final few weeks of the year. But what an incredible year it was for Joel, and he is picked right up where he left off. And this could be an amazing week for him. on the odds-on favorite here, Nighttime for Dale Romans. This one making his 5-year-old debut. Clicks down to 3-5 now. Finally late. Was hanging on to 4-5 throughout most of the wagering. There he is, the 11th. It's on a Majestic Perfection. And then Verb outside, maybe his main competition with Jimmy Graham. Travis Stone with the call. Here's the 8th from Churchill.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Even beginning, Verb far outside with Nighttime. Thanks, Mr. Edson is there. Coltonator on your mark toward the inside, backs off to be 5th early. Gemmer's Justice outsprinted in the opening furlong. Verb comes on to take charge. It's Verb in front. Thanks, Mr. Edson now 2nd. Here comes Nighttime angling toward the outside and racing up into 2nd. Thanks, Mr. Edson is back into 3rd. On your mark comes on to grab 4th. Coltonator shuffled back 5th toward the rail. 6 lengths back to Gemmer's Justice. Midway round the far turn. Verb's in front by half a length. Nighttime is poised on the outside 2nd. The opening quarter, 22-1. They're at the top of the stretch. Verb turning for home, still in front. Nighttime is right there. Thanks, Mr. Edson, toward the rail. On your mark down the center. Coltonator trying to get back in it. 1 furlong to go. Nighttime takes the lead. Verb fights on. On your mark is back in 3rd. Coltonator 4th, final 16th. It's Nighttime clear by 2. Coltonator running up into 2nd, but won't catch Nighttime. Nighttime by 2.5 in the end. Coltonator was 2nd, Verb was 3rd, and On Your Mark was 4th.
Nighttime too good here in the end. Goes off at 3-5. Joel Rosario sitting off Verb early in here.
Yeah, perfect trip for Nighttime, who does have some speed. Jimmy Graham was aggressive, though, with Verb to get up front there. Nighttime in the catbird seat, and you know you're in trouble when Joel Rosario puts his riding crop away, takes a peek under his arm, and just sits chilly. You know you have no chance to catch him at that point.
The look back, yeah, if you're behind and seeing that, not a great sign. Nighttime wins for the 3rd time in his career, first time on an off track. Wins his 5-year-old debut here, coming back for trainer Dale Romans, Blue Devil Racing Stable. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to look ahead to the weekend here in New York at Belmont, Grade 2 Fort Marcy. Chad Brown, Klarovich, they have public sector 3-time graded stakes winner coming back on the lawn.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the TwinSpires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. TwinSpires. Download the app now.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York Horse Racing.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday afternoon. Program brought to you by NYRA Bets. Get signed up just in time for Kentucky Derby Week with a $25 Kentucky Derby free wager just for signing up, and that $200 deposit match when you punch in that code for new members, Derby25, at sign up at NYRABets.com or on the NYRA Bets app. Back at Churchill Downs, nighttime, very likely winner as a main track only entrant coming in. We talked about the foreman who he'd been facing and gets the job done at 3-5. Joel Rosario, Dale Romans team up.
Easy as can be, truly, with this win. Nighttime off the layoff, was ready to roll, found the right field, sat the right trip, and was asked a little bit to get into gear by Joel Rosario. He managed to put his riding crop away, said good night from Nighttime, and the number 8 Coltonator just couldn't catch him.
5-year-old debut for Nighttime, a winning effort, now 3 for 12 in his career. And Coltonator getting by Verb late for second. There's Dale Romans with Joel. Your winning connections here. Again, Blue Devil Racing Stable taking this 8th under the Twin Spires. And just kind of day by day, you've been to a Kentucky Derby, right? It was 2015?
Yeah, 15. I've only ever been once, actually.
Were you there for the whole week?
I was there, I believe I was there from Thursday on. It was actually my first year working in the racing industry, my first time being on air for horse racing. So Kentucky Derby is quite a week to start it, where I was working with Horse Racing Radio Network, but I picked a good year to do it, seeing American Pharoah live.
Yeah, I had to leave the day before the Derby, but I was there the whole week leading up to it. It just, day by day, the excitement just grew.
Builds.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Let's go to Frank Lyons with more in the 8th.
Yeah. Hey, standing here with Dale Romans, winning trainer of Nighttime. And how pleased were you that this race came off the grass?
Well, I was happy. It was I'm going to tell you the truth. My son Jacob came up with the idea. He said, "Well, I do this because there's not a 2 other than for a while. We'd like to run back Belmont weekend." I was just so happy he ran big.
Yeah, he ran huge, and Joel gave him a great ride. And you know, he's not a horse that has won a ton of races, but maybe this is his year.
He's always acted like he's one of the best horses in the barn, and he got a little hurt last year, and we had to give him some time. But I think this is going to be his breakthrough year. You know, the race he got beat at Saratoga year before last, the winner come back and won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah,
this is
Laura West.
Very talented horse. So we're off to Belmont weekend. We'll find a spot for him there.
Now we're talking to a lot skinnier Dale. So how many pounds are you down?
95 so far.
95 pounds so far, and we're still going.
We got a long ways to go.
Long ways to go.
Yeah, but
now,
feeling good.
You're feeling good. Now it's Derby week, and what sort of action do you have for the rest of the week?
Derby week's, you know, that's my week. You know, this is hometown. We're having fun all week, and we got a lot of horses running, but this was a good one right now to get us going.
Okay, so now you're a fan of the Derby. I know you had a couple of horses on the Derby Trail. Now they're off the Derby Trail, but who do you like in the Derby?
Well, I think if I have to put a gun in my head and bet my money, I'm betting on Messier for a lot of different reasons. But don't underestimate the Japanese horse. That horse is training great.
All right, well done, Dale. We'll see plenty of you during this meet. All right, brother?
Less of me. See you.
All right, Dale Romans, guys, winning trainer with Nighttime.
All these races, they're so important to these individual connections. You heard from Dale. I mean, it's nice to get a win. It's a big purse in this race for what this race was, and a horse that we said just had the misfortune of facing some really talented top-tier level runners.
And sounds like we're going to have a chance to see him back here in New York again, so looking forward to that. Nighttime, who was impressive today. And no matter what the level, for horsemen, for trainers and their staff, their entire team, this is their livelihood. It's the way of life. Every win is important. Every win is special. And you love to win on a big week, like Dale said, that energy, that excitement of Kentucky Derby week. Getting into the winner's circle is even more special in a week like this.
We're going to get back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have the 5th race coming up next, 5.5 furlong sprint. Allowance race for non-winners of 2 lifetime. And a lot of money outside in here. Courthouse Cove comes in off a maiden win. So this is the first time in against winners for the 7, trained by George Leonard. Can be forward, should be forward. And showed last time out, doesn't need the lead to win.
No, and I think that was a big deal to see the maturity. That was actually when we saw the victory come from this horse who had run against Leicester, stepped back up at Hawthorne and Horseshoe Indy last time out against maiden special weight competition. Got the win last time out as the favorite, but could have the opportunity under Marcelino Pedrosa being drawn towards the outside to say, okay, I'm going to let my horse get into stride, get to the lead, set the pace, or drop in and stalk as needed. He has options from that post position.
You look at this field, he may not need options.
He may not need options at all.
There's not a lot of pace in
isn't.
here, is there?
No, and I think it's a little bit of a hungry field as well, which is why we see all the money coming to the 7 Courthouse Cove. The 5 Toronto Toro, who's also taking money, has no early speed and has only ever run on turf and synthetic before. It's his first dirt start, so not really sure what to make of him. He has run against some decent horses and some fine races, but I just don't know if he's going to get the setup. Pressure, who could be well named, maybe to put a little pressure. His win did come when being close to a hot pace, so we'll see if he is forward and gets the right trip.
And meanwhile, that X Factor horse, that 5,
Mm-hmm.
Toronto, that's a lot of money for a horse who's never been on the surface. You do see that work at Keeneland.
Yeah.
April 23rd, second quickest to 94. We don't know what was asked in that work, but at least it showed a little ability on dirt.
He did. He also had to work back on April 6th, going 46-4 from the gate. So that's always intriguing too. But like you said, workouts, they're tough to gauge just on the time, seeing on the paper, because you don't know if the rider was all out. You don't know if the horse was a runoff in the morning. What happened? There's always so many different types of extenuating circumstances that could come up in training, which is why when you have the opportunity to watch some of those workouts, particularly when we're leading up to Kentucky Derby week, it's a great tool, great resource, because it also familiarizes you with the little quirks and idiosyncrasies of each horse too, which is one of the things that I enjoy. Because sometimes things that they do in the morning, whether it's lugging in, lugging out, different patterns, that transfers to the afternoon.
So real quick, I know we're loading up here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, no Epicenter, no Zandon. Outside of those two, who have you heard is working the best?
Well, Simplification, which you and I are talking about. He's always been a good workhorse, but he's really been training very, very well.
Courthouse Cove, the 7, the favorite here in the 5th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, going 5.5 furlongs. This one looking to go back-to-back, coming off a maiden win back on April 19th. John Dooley, the call.
Here's Courthouse Cove. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with the win on the card. Main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, now labeled good. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Big Nick broke sharp. Pressure with good speed, and it's Pressure. Sent to the front now by Manny Esquivel from sharp starting Big Nick, and the Grand Courthouse Cove strides up into position to loom up now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. It's Pressure, Courthouse Cove, and Big Nick in the yellow cap with toward the inside. Gormley's Got Game and Joe Ramos riding for a triple. Toronto Toro and the Green Silks now making progress as they enter the far turn. Alabrije and Gormley's Got Game now is dropped back to last. The opening quarter, good track in 22.68 seconds at the 2.5. And on the outside, it's Courthouse Cove to vie for this lead with Pressure the Rail. And Toronto Toro's gearing up for a run. Toronto Toro coming up outside of Courthouse Cove as they straighten for home. Big Nick against the rail. On the far outside, Alabrije and Gormley's Got Game. They come down to the final furlong, still a few chances. Big Nick on the outside, Toronto Toro. Toronto Toro, Big Nick battle for it past the 16th. Pressure's dropped back, late bid by Alabrije. They're close to home. It's Toronto Toro for Deshaun Parker. Toronto Toro takes it by a half length to Big Nick. And then Alabrije with Pressure, Courthouse Cove, and Gormley's Got Game was last of the sextet.
Toronto Toro, so I guess he can run on dirt. This was the dirt debut, and he passes the test.
He did. He didn't do it very pretty, and we might have an inquiry here, Greg, because he was lugging in really badly, and he cut off the number 7 Courthouse Cove at kind of a pivotal moment in the race, too. Turns out that those workouts at Keeneland were probably legit coming in, and that he was very quick, never switched over to his outside lead, and as a result, he was struggling to keep a straight course in the stretch.
See if we can get a look at that head-on, too, if we get that look from Horseshoe Indianapolis. In the meantime, very unofficial. Toronto Toro, dirt debut, crosses the wire first in that 5th race. Coming up this weekend at Belmont, a lot of good racing here in New York as well. Flat Out on Friday, and then 3 graded stakes on the Saturday card. Search Results is back on Sunday in the Ruffian. We got Public Sector, 3-time graded stakes winner on the grass for Chad Brown and Klarovich, returning for his 4-year-old debut in that Grade 2 Fort Marcy.
Yeah, he rattled off 3 victories in a row, all in graded stakes last summer in New York. They went out to California to try the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby. He ran very, very well, all things considered, in that race too, finishing 4th. But Public Sector able to run down the pace setter, Never Surprised, who also went on to get very good once again down in Florida through the winter, ran really well, stretching out the Pegasus World Cup turf, won a graded stake down there too, so beat a really nice horse. He's got a lot of talent, this son of Kingman. And we fun to see him come back now as a 4-year-old and see what he has to offer.
So that is coming up, part of the Saturday card here at Belmont. You don't want to miss it. I know a lot going on in Kentucky, but some tremendous racing here in New York as well. Sheepshead Bay, Westchester, part of that lineup on Saturday as well. We do have an inquiry at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and again, we'll try and get a look at that if we can get you that look in a moment. Unofficially 5-4-3-2.
Yeah, with the results of the 5, Toronto Toro hanging on that left lead, lugging in pretty badly. And I think the key is that he really leaned into the 7 Courthouse Cove, making the rider Marcelino Pedrosa of that horse check back pretty strongly at a pivotal moment in the race.
Deshaun Parker on this 5-year-old son of American Pharoah, waiting this out. Going to be talking to the stewards here before this goes official.
Or taking a
Wow.
photo.
Interesting. Just in case, maybe.
Maybe. they have one just in case. Inquiry.
All right. Hold tickets, but they did get that picture in anyway. We will let you know as soon as we hear. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Likely going to be your Kentucky Derby favorite, and he is coming in raging form. Epicenter for trainer Steve Asmussen, the really lone race remaining off his resume for the Hall of Famer and winningest trainer in North American history. We'll preview his chances when we come back.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. How much handicapping do you have to put in hours-wise before Saturday?
For the Derby?
All of it.
All
we've
of
got
it.
a lot of
All
cards
of
to
it.
go.
We got, yeah, we have some really long days coming up too, but really looking forward to it and being able to do some of the Churchill races and of course all of our races at Belmont too. I probably take longer than the average person in general because I go through all the pedigrees, I watched all the replays, I compare my notes, so I take a long time, especially with a race like the Derby.
Going to be some late nights
Yeah.
for us, but we love it. This is what we live for. 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Post positions, morning line, epicenter, 7-2 on the morning line. Steve Asmussen looking for that first Kentucky Derby victory. He'll have Joel Rosario on a horse who has just been magnificent up to this point, saved his best for last leading up to the Derby, that Louisiana Derby, when he showed that new dimension as well and showed he's not a need-the-lead type.
I think that this was a huge effort from him. It showed in the speed figure that came back, and I love to see the way that he finished with his ears pricked, going forward, going away. The fact that he's so athletic and the agility that he has too in his races. I think that's what's really struck me about him. Able to make those different moves like we kind of talked about earlier with Brad Cox runner Cyberknife. I think that that's a big deal for Epicenter too. He's able to kind of make his own trip, so to speak. And I realize that Zandon has been the horse that's caught a lot of people's eye in the mornings. He's coming off of a Grade 1 win. Epicenter is yet to win a Grade 1, but Epicenter did win a 102 Beyer speed figure last time out, and he handled Zandon pretty easily in the Resin Star.
I was surprised he was not the morning line favorite.
Me too.
We'll see if he's the Derby favorite.
We'll see.
It's going to be close between those two. They're going to take a ton of attention in there. Who's a horse that's completely under the radar that you're intrigued by?
Oh, this is a tough one. As far as under the radar horses, I know that we've talked a little bit about Simplification. I think he's a horse that seems to be improving at the right time. Out of the Florida Derby, I did think that Charge It was the one who could potentially be moving forward. I thought that what Dale Roman said about Messier was interesting because he's a horse that hasn't gotten any attention at all.
Except from Dale Romans.
Except from Dale Romans. He was the one that was the shorter price in the Santa Anita Derby. He has some speed as well. Won the Bob Lewis by 15 lengths of the 103 Beyer speed figure. We'll see.
I'm a little intrigued by Crown Pride, the Japanese runner. He's been working lights out too.
He has been.
I know the UAE Derby traditionally is not a successful prep to the first Saturday in May. He has talent.
I think he does too. And, you know, I also think Andy Serling brought up an interesting point the other day in that we've seen such a global dominance from Japanese racing entities. Do you feel like Crown Pride is going to take some money come post time at the Kentucky Derby because you look at Dubai World Cup night, the Saudi Cup, the Breeders' Cup, the success that we've had of the Japanese runners and the horses that they've opted. To be fair, the success largely in turf races, but the way that the breeding industry has exploded there, the quality of the racing, and obviously the quality of the horses.
I would say no. Yeah. It's just because of international runners in the Derby.
Right.
But he had how great he's been working as well. I think it's going to get him some attention. So
I think it's awesome that he's here to run, too. I really applaud and appreciate the gameness to take a shot with that horse here in the Derby.
And he didn't change leads. I don't know if he ever changed leads, actually, in that win in the UA Derby. But in his works, he has been. And his only defeat, he had an excuse, legitimate excuse, obviously, world of different talent he's going to be facing on Saturday. But yeah, we'll see what kind of attention he grabs on the board. Post parade here coming up for the 9th at Churchill. 7 minutes to post here. Mile and a 16th, $20,000 claiming race. Favorites outside here. At 5-2, Soraya put together back-to-back wins at Delta Downs and Fairgrounds late last year and early this year.
First off the claim now, too. This is the horse that had those wins with our colleague Tom Amos.
Nice-looking runner here at 10-1. Kimberly Dream, who's a 6-time winner.
She's tough to trust. She doesn't have much early speed, but she's touting herself nicely on track.
13-1, Malibu Marley.
She's stepping up in class. I would think she'd really need to improve to beat these.
Enchanted Nile wants to be forward.
She certainly does, and she's stretching back out into the distance that suits her well. The drop in class, given that Belterra form, looks like the right spot for her.
Turf back to dirt and a 10-time winner here.
Yeah, this one taking a drop in Class 2, strolling the bayou for Greg Foley. She's largely been a turf-type runner, but she has won on a wet track and a fast dirt track.
Yeah, majority of those wins on turf and synthetic, though. Matt's Honey, the 5.
She's another one that seems like an outlier in this spot.
Dale Romans looking to go back-to-back. He's got Funny Bet.
You know, I will say, I did not like at all what I saw from her last time. She looks like she's making a nicer impression on the track today.
Or Steve Asmussen, major player.
Major player for sure, dropping in class, is coming in from Houston, but has run some decent races in the past.
And Soraya, the still 5-2 favorite outside, 2-time winner on the wet track.
That's definitely a feather in her cap. Filly by Tonalist as Luis Saez looks for another win on the day. I think the 16,000 to the 20 today is a lateral move, though she was beaten as the favorite.
6 minutes away from this 9th at Churchill. You can play it by getting signed up with the Twin Spires app. You can earn your money back as well if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd all week long on every eligible race, including the Kentucky Derby. Just download the app, head to twinspires.com, and make sure you opt in. It's available to new and existing players. Got this finale on the card coming up from Churchill when we return from a short timeout. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, the finale on this Tuesday card on Kentucky Derby week. Coming up under the Twin Spires when we return.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
For the fastest 2 minutes in sports, speed might be the only thing that matters. And when you hear the call to post for Saturday's Kentucky Derby, one of the fastest ways to bet is right from your phone. Race to the Twin Spires app, where you can earn your money back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. All week long, on every eligible race at Churchill Downs, including the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires. Download the app now.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, we have the finale on this Tuesday card on the Twin Spires coming up. $20,000 claiming race. Mile and a 16th, 2 turns. And the favorite remains outside Soraya. This is Funny Bet, though. Dale Romans looking to close out this card with back-to-back wins. The 6 here, Joe Talamo rides. A 4-time winner, 2 of them at Churchill.
Yeah, and this is the 3rd place finish from her back in September at Churchill Downs. As I mentioned, saw her at Gulfstream back in February, and she looked just really drawn up. She was getting hot. She just wasn't carrying good condition. She also faced really good horses in Cafe Society, who's super talented. Milfoy, who we saw win impressively earlier on the card. So she's in for the $20,000 today. She typically, I think, runs better races when she can be forwardly placed, and she did seem to make a nice impression on the racetrack today. Maybe a sign that she's doing well, and I'm sure Dale Romans would love to get a 2nd win on the start of Derby week.
Well, let's check in with Paul and Frank. Paul still alive in his pick 5.
Yeah, and I'm getting great value, Wolfie. I mean, to go even money, money. Got an 11-1 shot, and then 3-5. I need the 7 home here, or to be honest with you, I'm not confident. This is a wide open race, Frankie.
Wide open race. To be honest with you, I love the 6 horse here. I heard a case you're talking about it a second ago. She's a daughter of Palace, a 5-year-old mare. Palace, he was a good horse on an off track too. City Zip. Great sire for off track. And this one, the last 3 starts, they don't look good at all. But she shied ranked in the first turn, and she was outrun 3 starts back. And her last 2 starts just didn't go right for her. You see, she was well beaten by It's Cold Dahir. She finished 3 lengths behind It's Cold Dahir back here at Churchill on the 16th of September. And she's also run second to Black Magic Woman. She was well beaten by Crystal Ball, who was second in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But I think she's got a good chance in this race because I don't see any sort of horses like she's faced.
Any killers in here. And when you get to the 7 Aura, guys, she's a mare that's 0 for 2 this year. She is 3 for 15 lifetime. I just look at that race 3 starts back over a muddy racetrack. It's the best number on the field. I sort of landed on that. And when you get to the 8, Soraya, I'm a tiny bit surprised that she's the favorite. It's hard to move up a horse off Tom Amoss, let's be honest.
Absolutely. And Matt Shearer, excellent young trainer. Also, Hugo Rodriguez, he's just 2 for 41 this year, and he takes over the training of this one. But I'll tell you what I don't like about this one is that this one had an easy lead on turning for home at Keeneland in the short stretch.
Yes.
You know how that now you've got a whole lot more of a stretch to run here at Churchill, and I don't think she's quite up to it.
Yeah, so guys, we need the 7 to close out to pick 5. I got a little backup ticket with the 6 because Frankie talked me into it. They keep playing music in our ears. I think Frank and I are going to start dancing if the 7 wins this race.
And we got to get a live shot on those guys in case that happens. Let's keep an eye on the race, an eye on those 2. Good luck, Paulie, in your pick 5. See how it plays out here. I'm with Paul. I'm surprised that the 8 is favored here.
Me too, especially over the 7 Aura. I would think that she would be the favorite. I know that she hasn't won Aura since June of 2021, but she has natural speed. She goes out for Steve Asmussen. Soraya, yeah, I agree with Frank. Tough to take her. She was 60 cents to the dollar in that race at Keeneland too. First off the claim for Matt Shearer, coming from Top Barns and him and Tom Amoss, and wasn't able to get the job done that day. That makes her a tough one to trust, in my opinion. So the 7 Aura, I would think, would be the one to beat in this race.
And you even with Soraya wants to be forward. You got the 3 is going to be all over. You would think. Potentially the 4 is going to show some speed.
Could be an honest pace in here, which can make things interesting too. Aura, we have seen her 2 recent wins come wiring the field, but she has a little versatility too. Maybe that could set up for Frank's 6 funny bet, and that she'll just end up sitting the right kind of trip in here at a nice price and showing some improvement.
Man, it was just on your screen a moment ago. Rafael Bejarano, he's on the 5, and he's going to be on a big long shot, potentially one of the biggest prices on Saturday, and Happy Jack for Doug O'Neill. Very distant 3rd behind Taba and Messier in that Santa Anita Derby. But just to be lining up in that race is an achievement.
Quite an adrenaline rush, I'm sure, loading into that Kentucky Derby starting gate.
This is the Tuesday finale. Waiting on the favorite to step in. Luis Saez, Soraya for Hugo Rodriguez off the claim. Travis Stone the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Enchanted Nile, good beginning. Aura sent on for speed. Soraya for that outside post. Races up as well. 3 across the track into the clubhouse turn. Enchanted Nile with that good beginning. Holds her spot toward the rail. Aura's in between. Soraya 3 wide up into 3rd. Kimberly Dream toward the inside is 4th. Troll on the Bayou comes on to take over 5th. Malibu Marley reserved inside 6th. Funny Bet is 7th by 2. And Matt's Honey at the back early. Heading for the backstretch run, Enchanted Nile steps out to lead by length. And that opening quarter goes in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Enchanted Nile cruising along, length and a half now. Aura's content to wait back while second. Soraya in the clear, moving up from third. Kimberly Dream tucked away fourth and toward the rail. Strolling the Bayous in the thick of it, moving from fifth. Malibu Marley angles toward the outside, sixth. Funny Bet and Matt's Honey's at the back. Enchanted Niles built a 3-length lead for the far turn run. In the opening half in 48 seconds flat, round the far turn. It's Enchanted Nile leading the way by 2. Soraya and Aura second and third, and coming after that one now. Strolling the Bayous asked to pick it up from fourth. Malibu Marley fifth, and Matt's Honey in sixth. At the top of the stretch, Enchanted Niles leads down to a length. Soraya to the attack. Aura gives way third toward the inside, but fights on. Malibu Marley is fourth and trying to close in. There's 1 furlong to go. Enchanted Niles, a tough customer. Turning back, Soraya. Malibu Marley late on the scene. Aura down toward the rail. 16th pole. It's Enchanted Nile by 3 as they come for the wire. And opening up late, Enchanted Nile coast to coast by 3 in the end. Malibu Marley was second. Matt's Honey rallied to grab third. Tight for fourth, Aura or Soraya.
Enchanted Nile drifting out a little bit right there, but able to straighten course and cross the wire for the 4th time in her career.
Yeah, and didn't interfere with the number 8, Soraya, who took a lot of money and ran well. Looked like she was going to just go past at one point, and then she ended up flattening out. Enchanted Nile stretching back out in distance, coming in from Mahoning Valley. Had that speed, used it to her advantage. Coretta Corrales kept after her to keep her straight in the stretch, and we ended up seeing Enchanted Nile take them every step of the way in the nightcap.
Card in the books on this Tuesday afternoon at Churchill. Back at 12:30 Eastern start time with more Churchill and Indiana as well. And we're going to talk a lot more Kentucky Derby all week long. Another look at the field that's going to line up on Saturday. 148th running of this Kentucky Derby. How do you feel? Do you think Epicenter is going to be the favorite?
I think he might be. I actually don't know because Zandon has taken so much attention. I thought for sure Epicenter would be the morning line favorite and wasn't sure which one of them would end up being the post-time favorite. I do think that we will see in the Kentucky Oaks a little bit of change as far as that morning line with the undefeated 2-year-old champion Echo Zulu in there. That's a race I'm really looking forward to.
Won her comeback effort. Got a little late there in that race, but it was off the bench. She is undefeated coming in. The champion. It's going to be fun. Oaks and Derby Day still to come Friday and Saturday. Again, back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. Lone Rock doing his thing again in the Isaac Murphy at odds on. He has been so much fun to watch over the last couple of years at these longer distances and getting that stakes win again at 1.5 miles. Derby just a few days away. Don't forget our preview show coming up on Friday, but we're back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start on FS2.